Okay, the YouTube should be up in a second. It's gonna give me a new URL, so let's go back to the new URL and then thank you very much. All right, we are back in business. We should be good. Sorry for the disruption, this interruption, whatever. Yeah. What was I doing? I don't fucking remember. $6 minutes ago. Okay. So ignore, and we're gonna, oh, I was doing this docker ignore, and I was just gonna do like node modules. Okay. And then we also want to do PyTest cache. PyTest cache. I tried a Google project yesterday. I swear I had work on a house where you literally had to read several books, hundreds of pages before you could even start to enter a damn command by Google Projects API. Blah blah was too much for me. Sorry to hear that. I honestly like don't find Google's documentation that helpful for any of their shit. Okay. So let's see if this is gonna work for us. The test program they provided did not work. Docker images, grab Filelib. Okay, we're gonna remove this thing. Okay. Docker rm. No. Docker images rm. Hold on, you can't fucking delete. Oh my god, every single time I keep typing it wrong. Fuck. And you can't do anything wrong. They provide the source and the runtime, and you click run and it failed. You're not doing anything and it still fucking dies. Okay, I think we are good on this one here. So I'm gonna do make build image again. I'm hoping it's gonna fucking ignore it this time. Okay, when I do the context is, yeah, this directory and everywhere down the line. So I'm hoping it's not gonna copy it over. Let's see. I'm gonna go check it out. Okay, it does run it. So docker psa up for 6 seconds, docker yellow bash lsla. Okay, I see the PyCache, which is okay. I don't see the PyTest. What was the fucking directory? It's right in the root. So right above account API. Yeah, it's not here. Static. lsla static. But if you are here, this is in the static. Okay, so it is actually working. Cool. I like it. That's not bad. Okay. Now, I'm gonna do this here. Just honestly, I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay. Exit and Docker stop YOLO. It's gonna take a second. Come on, motherfucker. Docker image ls grab. Okay. Docker image rm. This fucker here is being used by stopped container. Okay. Of course. Fuck him. All right. It's gone. So, Stack Overflow on steroids. PHIND. I don't know what the website is. I don't really like to go to websites I don't know that much. It knows more about configs than any other tool. Ah. Okay. I'm going to rebuild this. Okay. Use it from within VS Code. Ah, interesting. All right, let's see. I'm going to push this one and then let's see. I hope I don't fucking go over my cap because the cap is like 500 megabyte and I don't want to like go over it. Okay, while this builds, I'm going to take a piss, get some tea, and then be back. Give me a sec. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're back. All right, our thing is created. Remember, there is a plugin for JetBrains. There is none. So Dreaming is gonna support TXMux config for hours on the web and page and had it in 10 seconds. Damn, bro. All right, let me. Oh, we are not playing any music right now, so let's actually play this music here for you guys. Okay, and then connect my headset, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna go back here. It also helps with writing scripts or finding the right library. In what language are you writing those libraries? Okay. All right, Python. Oh, I got rid of Spotify. I use YouTube Prime Music and ad-free videos. You pay for YouTube Prime? I can't justify it. I don't think I would ever pay YouTube Prime. Music and videos. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Okay, so this works. Docker PSA. Yeah, put it with Docker exec YOLO bash lsla cd static lsla. This is there. That's okay. That's for our. That needs to be excluded. So we are good. Where the fuck am I? Where's my Docker ignore? I just fucking created that shit, motherfucker. Bro, where's my Docker? Oh, it's staring me right in the face. Okay. Better Wallow than Spotify, and there are tons of small artists that don't show up on Spotify. That could be true. I'm not really arguing that. I'm just comfortable using Spotify. Nick, how you doing, my dude? Where have you been, man? You okay? I was like, I should message him. I love my YouTube to MP3. To keep music on my phone, and I didn't pay a goddamn dime. People who pay for Spotify are suckers. Ah, bruh. I am a big sucker. 512 micro SD card. To 1 terabyte, but both went gag. What? Okay, now time to push this fucker thing. So I'm gonna do Docker login. Ah, fuck it. We're gonna remove it anyways. I haven't checked in for a while since I have been too busy growing my superiority complex. My colleagues are nerds. What's going on? Size 3051. Okay, let's see. Oh shit, yeah, we fucking killed this motherfucker. No, thanks. Motherfucker. Just too surrounded by the low IQ peasants. Published 1 minute ago. Latest. This is the SHA, so this got overwritten. How do I see the fucking size? How do I see the size? One way to deflate that really quickly is going on to Twitch programming section. Bro, are you what? how do I see the size? Legit go from God to dog in an instant? It can't be that bad. I was on Twitter today for less than 5 minutes and instantly was in Hannibal Lecter mode. You guys are living like a very different life, bro. Why does it say 15 hours ago? Lives in a different dimension. His timeline Twitter was never bought out. Okay. So I think the package is ready to go, ready to be used. Now I can actually start using this in a fucking Kubernetes cluster. It's X from the Twitter, get right. Ah. I don't really care what it is called, bro. By the time I'm used to saying X, it's gonna be like 3 years. So now we do have it, and I think I can run it, and I can pull it and run it. So let me see. Docker image ls. Yeah, it is right here. Okay. Docker image rm. Cool. Docker image ls. Grab Filelib. It is not here. Coolios. So all I gotta do here is just never refer to X for Windows and Intimidator. Also, I'm not exaggerating. I don't understand shit what you are doing, and that's why I'm going to deflate my shit real quick. So, in short, I am turning my application into a Docker image so I can pull it as a Docker image and run it in Kubernetes. So this is like a preparation so I can run this inside the Kubernetes, because you can't build images in Kubernetes like you are building it with Docker. Like you can't build and run locally. It needs to be a packaged, a container, like an image blueprint, and then it'll do it for you. So, you know, like you use Docker images, you know, like you say, like from this, and then you do like further customizations, and you say Docker run. You cannot do Docker run for a local file. You never use Docker or Kubernetes, then this is not gonna really deliver. I'm not sure how to really. All right, I'm gonna try. The way that you use Docker, you build a Docker image, and then you run it. And you can do this locally, referencing a local file, or you can do it referencing an image on a host in Docker registry. So if it doesn't exist locally, it will fetch that image and then run it for you. So I am turning my application into an image so Kubernetes can pull it and run it. I'm providing a blueprint for it to be containerized. Basically, that's it. So, okay, we have this. I'm just trying to see the fucking size. How do I see the fucking size? Package settings. Can you show me the motherfucking size of the package? How the fuck am I supposed to see this shit? GitHub, see package size. How the fuck do I see the size? You fucking dingleberry motherfucker, bro. You know what? Fuck it. You tell me if it is over the line, over the limit, motherfucker. Last chance, fancy pants. Okay. Yeah, since this doesn't exist locally now, I can run it, but it's gonna fetch it this time. It's private. I cannot send it to you. Docker. Hold on. I'm gonna do Docker run. Look, this time it's gonna fetch it. Woo! Unable to find the image locally. Pulling from blah 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 blah. Downloaded newer image for Coolio. You see that? It doesn't exist locally. It just fetched it from here, and then it ran it. See, total downloads 1 because I literally just downloaded right now. Yay! All right. Ready for Kubernetes. Let's get started, mother bitches. Let's go find that lady that we watched. History. Where was it? Nana. What is her name? Yeah, this one here. This was cool. Hold on. Let's pause this music. Okay. So just Docker blah blah and then URL to the image on the net. Seems simple. Yeah. Thank you, Nana. Okay, I think config map and secret. All right. I'm just trying to jump to where it is actually she starts writing the configurations. You know what? I'm going to listen to these sections one more time. Services and ingress. Yeah, tell me about those. Can you guys hear this? No, right? Hold on.
Will have its own service. And the good thing here is that the life cycles of service and the pod are not connected. So even if the pod dies, the service and its IP address will stay. So you don't have to change that endpoint anymore.
Yes, ma'am.
So now, obviously, you would want your application to be accessible through a browser, right? And for this, you would have to create an external service. So external service is a service that opens the communication from external sources. But obviously, you wouldn't want your database to be open to the public requests. And for that, you would create something called an internal service. So this is a type of a service that you specify when creating one. However, if you notice, the URL of the external service is not very practical. So basically what you have is an HTTP protocol with a node IP address, so of the node, not the service, and the port number of the service, which is good for test purposes if you want to test something very fast, but not for the end product. So usually you would want your URL to look like this if you want to talk to your application.
Yes.
With a secure protocol and a domain name. And for that, there is another component of Kubernetes called ingress. So instead of service, the request goes first to ingress and it does the forwarding then to the service. So now we saw some of the very basic components of Kubernetes. And as you see, this is a very simple setup. We just have one server and a couple of containers running and some services. Nothing really special, where Kubernetes advantages or the actual cool features really come forward, but we're gonna get there step by step. So let's continue. So as we said, pods communicate with each other using a service. So my application will have a database endpoint, let's say called MongoDB service, that it uses to communicate with the database. But where do you configure usually this database URL or endpoint? Usually you would do it in application properties file or as some kind of external environmental variable, but usually it's inside of the built image of the application. So for example, if the endpoint of the service or service name in this case changed to MongoDB, you would have to adjust that URL in the application. So usually you would have to rebuild the application with a new version and you have to push it to the repository, and now you'll have to pull that new image in your pod and restart the whole thing. So a little bit tedious for a small change like database URL. So for that purpose, Kubernetes has a component called config map. So what it does is it's basically your external configuration to your application. So config map would usually contain configuration data like URLs of a database or some other services that you use. And in Kubernetes, you just connect it to the pod so that pod actually gets the data that config map contains. And now if you change the name of the service, the endpoint of the service, you just adjust the config map and that's it. You don't have to build a new image. You don't have to go through this whole cycle. Now, part of the external configuration can also be database username and password, right? Which may also change in the application deployment process. But putting a password or other credentials in a config map in a plain text format would be insecure, even though it's an external configuration. So for this purpose, Kubernetes has another component called secret. So secret is just like config map, but the difference is that it's used to store secret data, credentials, for example, and it's stored not in a plain text format, but in base64 encoded format. But of course, base64 encoding a secret doesn't make it automatically secure. The secret components are meant to be encrypted using third-party tools in Kubernetes, because Kubernetes doesn't encrypt them out of the box. And there are tools for that from cloud providers or separate third-party tools that you can deploy on Kubernetes to encrypt your secrets. And that will make secrets secure. So secret would contain things like credentials. And of course, database user, you could also put in config map, but what's important is the passwords, certificates, things that you don't want other people to have access to would go in the secret. And just like config map, you just connect it to your pod so that pod can actually see those data and read from the secret. You can actually use the data from config map or secret inside of your application pod using, for example, environmental variables, or even as a properties file. So now let's see another very important concept generally, which is data storage
right now
and how data would leak. And that your serving
I'm not going to be using the DB like that for us. I'm going to have an external service for that.
With this setup, image my container database connected and consolidate and create other pod. There you count. Pod is a layer of abstraction on top of containers, and it to. So now if the requester the bits of the images are reading or using stateful sets and not deployments. It's a very important distinction. And stateful set, just like deployment, would take care of replication and user with and has an intelligent logic cluster.
think
All
this
the
is where they,
configuration in
oh.
Kubernetes cluster actually goes through a master node with the process called API server, which we mentioned briefly earlier. So Kubernetes clients, which could be a UI, a Kubernetes dashboard, for example, or an API, which could be a script or a curl command, or a command line tool like kubectl. They all talk to the API server and they send their configuration requests
Yes,
to the
Nick.
API server, which is the main entry
How much
point
exercise
or the
do
only
you
entry
do?
point into the cluster. And these requests have to be either in YAML format
I
or
do like
JSON
2 sets
format.
of something
and
I
this
choose.
Is how an example
I just
configuration
did,
in YAML
somebody
format
else used
actually
the
looks like.
points, and then
So
I
with this,
did
we are sending a request
dumbbell
to
curls.
Kubernetes
I think
to
the next one would
configure
be
a component called
triceps
deployment,
for
which
these,
is
like 2
basically a
sets.
template or a blueprint for creating
Most
pods.
likely 10
and in
or
this
12
specific configuration
reps
example,
of 2 sets.
We tell Kubernetes to create 2 replica pods for us.
Because I
called
literally just
my
started,
app,
I can't push
with
my
each
button
pod
too far.
replica
I do know I have enough points to make you
based
do
on
80
my
sets.
image
There is a
running
cooldown on it,
inside.
so
In
it
addition
has to
that,
wait.
we
You would have to wait. Doesn't matter how
configure
much
what the
points you
environment
have.
variables and the pod configuration of this container inside of the pod should be.
You can only
As
invoke the
see,
command like twice
the
per stream or
configuration
something like that.
requests in Kubernetes are declarative form. So we declare what is our desired outcome from Kubernetes, and Kubernetes tries to meet those requirements. Meaning, for example, since we declare we want 2 replica pods of my app deployment to be running in the cluster, and one of those pods dies, the controller manager will see that the is and should states now are different. The actual state is 1 pod, our desired state is 2. So it goes to work to make sure that this desired state is
70 alternative
recovered,
accounts.
automatically
Goddamn.
restarting the second replica of that pod.
Bruh.
So here I have
Alright, there we go.
examples of a deployment and service configuration files side by side. So the first thing is that every configuration file in Kubernetes has 3 parts. The first part is where the metadata of that component that you're creating resides. And one of the metadata is obviously name of the component itself. The second part in the configuration file is specification. So each component's configuration file will have a specification where you basically put every kind of configuration that you want to apply for that component. The first 2 lines here, as you see, is just declaring what you want to create. Here we are creating deployment, and here we're creating a service. And this is basically that you have to look up for each component. There's a different API version. So now inside of the specification part, obviously the attributes will be specific to the kind of a component that you're creating. So deployment will have its own attributes that only apply for deployment, and the service will have its own stuff. But I said there are 3 parts of a configuration file, and we just see metadata and the specification. So where's the third part? So the third part will be a status, but it's going to be automatically generated and added by Kubernetes. So the way it works is that Kubernetes will always compare what is the desired state and what is the actual state or the status of that component. And if the status and desired state do not match, then Kubernetes knows there's something to be fixed there, so it's going to try to fix it. And this is the basis of the self-healing feature that Kubernetes provides. For example, here you specify you want 2 replicas of Nginx deployment. So when you apply this, when you actually create the deployment using this configuration file, that's what apply means, Kubernetes will add here the status of your deployment, and it will update
All right, I'm back. Relax. It's
Update
okay.
that state continuously. So for example, if a status at some point will say just one replica is running, then Kubernetes will compare that status with the specification and will know there is a problem there, another replica needs to be created ASAP. Now, another interesting question here is, where does Kubernetes actually get the status data to automatically adhere or update continuously? That information comes from the etcd. Remember the cluster brain, one of the master processes that actually stores the cluster data. So etcd holds at any time the current status of any Kubernetes component, and that's where the status information comes from. So as you see, the format of the configuration files, it's pretty straightforward to understand. It's a very simple format, but YAML that it's pretty files. A deployment part have. So in this video, I'm going to show you what Minikube and kubectl are and how to set them up. So first of all, let's see what is Minikube. Usual look setting and the work actual. If you want to try some components, like basically one node cluster on world node. That represents to create everything you can use service on the using any type of encryption. So Minikube can run either.
So I'm gonna have to. I fucking hate this shit, bro. Docker stop YOLO. Let's stop it, please. Why is it really fighting with me? Okay. Make down. All right, let's remove everything that is part of our application here. Okay, and then we're gonna run everything from inside the Minikube. Once I get it up and running, I think I can then send it to DigitalOcean. I think that would be cool. Righto. All right, nothing. Let's go.
As a container or a virtual machine. And these are the resource requirements.
Already done this.
Brew installed Minikube commands. And as you see, the latest Minikube version has been installed. Once Minikube is installed, we want to actually start or create a Minikube cluster, which is also super easy, as you see. We simply execute a Minikube start command. However, as I mentioned, Minikube must start either as a container or a virtual machine. So we need either a container or a virtual machine tool installed on our the drivers for maybe a little bit. We run but Minikube on our local machine as a Docker container itself. So inside we can use Docker. So if you have Docker already installed on your machine, you're all set up to start a Minikube cluster.
This is the one.
If not, also not a problem. You can easily install it from here. So clicking on install Docker link, this will take me to Docker Hub, where I have Docker desktop installation for Windows and Mac. Install folder, Minikube start command, passing Docker as a driver option, using the driver flag with Docker value. And let's execute. And this may also take a while when you're running it first time, because it needs to actually create the cluster and download all the necessary images and components. So the next time you do Minikube start, it should actually go faster. And as you see, this command created a local Kubernetes cluster on our machine with the latest Kubernetes version 1.22. And now we can check the status of the cluster using Minikube status command. And we see that all the components inside are running and everything is configured. and now start
Mini
to actually
cube.
interact with our cluster using
Status.
kubectl command line tool.
Right,
And
right.
kubectl actually gets installed as a dependency when we install Minikube, which you see right here. Installing dependencies for Minikube, and Kubernetes CLI is actually kubectl. And that means we already have that
fuck up in this
available.
bitch, bro.
We don't have to install it. So now I can do kubectl get node, and this will display all the nodes in the cluster. In our case, we just have one node, which is control plane and the worker node at the same time. And we see information for each node, like the status, the Kubernetes version that it's running, as well as when it was added to the cluster. So with this, we now have an actual Kubernetes cluster running locally on our machine. And we can start deploying applications.
1 degrees over there.
From this
Oh,
point
damn.
on, we're going to be interacting with the Minikube cluster using kubectl.
Research
command line
finished.
tool. So Minikube is basically just for the startup and for deleting the cluster, but everything else, configuring, we're going to be
what am I
doing
looking
through
at?
kubectl. Now we have enough knowledge to deploy a very simple but realistic application setup in a Kubernetes cluster. We will
You
deploy a
bamboozling
MongoDB
motherfucker.
database and a web application which will connect to the MongoDB
what am I looking at?
database using external configuration data from config map and the secret. And finally, we will make our web application accessible externally from the
We
browser.
did a little bit of trolling.
So let's get right
Damn.
in. So I have two resources here. We're going to reference the Kubernetes documentation to create our components, which is a realistic way of
Minus
working
3
with
degrees
Kubernetes.
right now, but
And
fuck it.
also
It
a
feels like
Docker
minus
hub where
10.
I have the web application image that I created, which is publicly accessible, so you can also pull it directly from the Docker hub in your Kubernetes cluster. So first, let's go ahead and create all the
Fuck,
Kubernetes
minus 4, bruh.
configuration
That's
files that we
fucked
need
up.
for deploying.
I'm impressed
our
how fast
application
you are, like,
setup.
posting shit
And
on
for that,
Imgur and
I'm gonna
sharing
go
it,
to
man.
Visual Studio Code, where I have a Kubernetes demo folder open, and in this folder we're gonna create
A get by one
Kubernetes
degree.
configuration files that we need. We're gonna create a config map with MongoDB database endpoint. We're gonna create a secret with
Oh, shit,
username
it's like in
and
the back.
password for
What are you doing in the
MongoDB.
back?
Then we're gonna create a configuration file for deploying the MongoDB application and its service. And then we're gonna create a Kubernetes configuration file for deploying our simple demo app application with its service. So the first file will be called mongoconfig.yaml. And creating a config map in Kubernetes is super simple. For the syntax, we can reference the Kubernetes documentation. So I'm going to copy the first part here, paste it in, and that's basically the main syntax we're starting from. Let's call our config map mongoconfig. So we have the metadata, and then we have the actual contents of this config map. Within the data attribute, we have all the key value pairs that we define as external configuration within this config map. In our case, we just have one, which we're going to call Mongo URL as a key. And of course, we need a value for the MongoDB URL. And the value will be the service that we're going to create for MongoDB application. And we're going to call that service Mongo service. And in a couple of minutes, you're going to see how to create this Mongo service. And that will be basically all the configuration we need.
You all motherfuckers are
config.
freezing over there like we are. Damn, man.
So that one is done. Let's now go ahead and create Mongo secret.yaml, which will hold the username and password.
19 looking at 90s looking at program,
Again,
bro.
Reference documentation. I'm gonna take this one and let's actually copy the whole thing. So we have the secret kind instead of config map. Let's call this Mongo secret. We have type opaque, which is the generic type for defining secret data, basically. And we have the same data attribute here. And let's actually create our own values. Let's call this Mongo user and
It's definitely
Mongo
cold.
password. And as you already learned, the values...
Okay, I'm gonna need this. So let me go ahead and actually create this Mongo secret. Minus 11 degrees, bro. Get out of there. Go to Florida. Okay, we're gonna do here file, and then we're gonna say I was IRL today after 10 days, and I can tell you IRL is totally overrated. What? What? What's that mean? You were IRL. Posture check. Yes, I'm sitting like a fucking bent over wood. Hydrate. You're gonna make me pee, huh? Real life is overrated. Motherfucker, we're gonna do the workout now. Take care of yourself, you damn rodent. All right, let's do 2 sets of triceps, right? I hope I won't die doing this. Okay, let's warm up the arms a little bit, right? Because we already did the dumbbell curls. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, fuck. It's already burning. I ate some kind of fucked up shit yesterday. Bruh, instead of something smaller like, what is that? Is that chocolate? What am I looking at? And I ain't been feeling well since then. Was it HelloFresh? Oh shit, bro got hit with the ad. It's not my doing though. I'm not doing the ads. We're back. All right. Set 2. Another 12. What did you say? I said, what did you eat? Was it HelloFresh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Like I made burgers. Found some time ago pictures of stretching on the chair. It really works. Stretching, I don't think I'm doing it like well enough or often enough. Ate like 2/3 of one before I realized it was still pink in the middle. I fucked up. Like pink as in like it was like rare or as in like uncooked? You're not gonna, I mean, I ate raw meat, bro. It's not, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Although I think it depends from person to person. Raw meat, yeah. I would just chew it like a fucking gum. It wouldn't, it would last half an hour in my mouth. Okay, so let's go to the thing. Kubernetes secrets. You guys never ate raw meat? Enable encryption at rest for secrets. Meat looking like this. Let's see. That's like in that gray area between rare and and raw, I think. Probably, yeah, needed maybe like another 40 seconds of cooking. Only if I bite somebody. Oh, you went the kinky route. It's not rare if it is ground beef. The shit is lethal. Yeah, that's a little too pink for the rare, but you can still have rare, like rare burgers. I mean, you might as well cook it until it looks like a tree bark and then eat it, but you know. Because if I'm eating burger, when I'm eating food, it's not just that it is safe. You know, like you also like consider the taste. Like well done steak or well done meat is not like red meat is not really. It's not appealing to me. 20 plus hours ago. You're fine. Ain't looking good for me. Have a prayer at my funeral. I want cannon salute. Can I buy your life? Instead of firing over my casket, fire into the White House or something. Bro. They're gonna put you on the list now. Mitch, welcome back. You can have a pink burger. They have to make those statements because ground beef is not handled the same way that other steaks, etc. When they are processed, raw ground beef will likely not hurt you at all, even 100% raw. However, it's simply more dangerous than other types of raw meat because of the handling. Sup, Justin? Not much. Just working on Kubernetes and struggling with it. It's a little like too many branches for me to wrap my head around. But I'm gonna get it soon, hopefully. I'm already on lists, several, hopefully, bro. How have you been, Mitch? Man, it's been a while. I think. I think you were gone like right around Thanksgiving. I'm guessing. Was it? Was it? Right. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I haven't messed with Kubernetes that much. Actually, it's on my to-do list eventually, and I'm good. Traveled some with my family for Thanksgiving, so that was nice. Nice. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Who the fuck puts an asterisk in the URL, right? That's kind of weird that they do that. Hold on. I'm trying to copy it, but the chat fucking keeps moving. Hoppy, what the fuck? Nick, god damn it, bro. Okay, API version v1. Let's fucking go with it. API version, okay, v1. And then kind is secret, okay. Okay. And then the metadata, okay, metadata, name Mongo secret, okay, name, Postgres, secret, and then type opaque, opaque. How the fuck do you spell this word? Opaque, opaque, okay, opaque, bruh. And then data. Okay, so, all right. Postgres user equals this, and then Postgres password. Hold on, what are we? Shit, hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to open this on another thing. 1 second. Postgres user, Postgres password, Postgres user, okay, let's call it Filelib user, okay. Postgres password is going to be root, okay. Postgres host, okay, is going to be localhost for this one, and then Postgres port, we're gonna do 5432. Okay, so that's it for this, right? This should work. Cool. Okay, let's see what else she's doing. Oh, on the wrong window.
In secret are base64 encoded, so we can't just set the values plain text, we have to encode them first. And encoding values is super easy. We're just gonna do echo.
Oh shit.
And let's call it Mongo user and base6.
No way you motherfucker just went over there. Oh
Hello
my God.
and welcome to the Kubernetes files.
I hit the wrong fucking key.
So in this video, I'm gonna show you.
I hate it. I hate my life.
Now we have enough knowledge
How will you encrypt
to
the
deploy
secrets
a
so
very
others
simple but realistic
can read it?
application setup in a Kubernetes.
I'll get to it. I'm just gonna I'm just trying to make it like run
That's
right
basically
now.
the main. And this will be our secret configuration. And
Okay, so she was
let's actually
right
create
here.
our.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to go back here and then yeah, all these echo and okay, and then base 64. Cool. Copy. So that's gonna be the value, and then we're gonna do the same thing for root. Okay, that's gonna be our, no, just the thing, please. Thank you. The next one is localhost. That's kind of weird. Okay. Oh, this one doesn't have the two thingies in the end. Yeah, I'm gonna get to it, I think. So I'm not sure how it's gonna go. Okay. MD5.
Our own values. Let's call this already learned. Use the super user. And the same way, let's do Mongo password.
Hold on, I'm curious, when you do 5432, is it the same if it is just without this? Okay, it's the same. Cool.
And paste those
just
values.
tweet it straight. You can
and
embed
this will
it.
be our secret configuration. And now, when we create deployments for our applications, we can reference any of the values defined in the secret or config map. So let's see how that works. Again, let's create a new file and let's call this mongo.yaml. This is going to be a configuration file where we're going to create deployment.
This one
now we have and sources also that we need, and in this create a config map, a secret configuration. We're going to create application. First file will be config. Friends, Kubernetes is super simple. Paste it in, and that's basically the main syntax we're starting from. Let's call. So we have the metadata, and then we have the actual contents of this config map. Within the data attribute, we have all the key value pairs that we define as external configuration within this config map. In our case, we just have one, which we're going to call Mongo URL as a key. And of course, we need a.
I'm back. Brave browser broke down on me and it would not even turn on. So I installed and reinstalled it and it's still. What? Bro, let me read the message. What happened? Nick, what's. Come on. Bro. Opera. Why are you using Brave or Opera? Like, what is it really offering?
A value for the MongoDB URL, and the value will be the service that we're going to create for MongoDB application, and we're going to call that service Mongo service. And in a couple of minutes, you're going to see how to create this Mongo service. And that will be basically all the configuration we need for creating config map.
Nick, do you have that URL that on Reddit or something that I remember you sharing a link to some kind of insight about trustability or trust level on Opera and Brave. I forgot where it was. I think that was you sharing it. If you still have it, share it with Viper so you can see it.
So that one is done. Let's now go ahead and create Mongo.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, there you go. You should look into that. You should look into the law to those two links Nick shared, Viper.
Secret.yaml, which will hold the username and password for.
I have a MacBook Pro for work and I literally only use Safari as a single website for launching Citrix to get to my work provided Citrix environment. It's hilarious to me that I have an entire browser for that. What the hell? I haven't been on Mac for a while now.
MongoDB application. Type attribute password.
Is a different browser for every entity?
The values in secret and base and
hold on, we gotta
paste those values.
We don't have to like okay there okay. We don't have to base 64 the config now, just the secret.
And now when we create deployments for our applications, we can reference any of the values defined in the secret or config map. So let's see how that works.
For the trigger warning.
Create a new file. And let's call this mongo.yaml. This is going to be a configuration file where we're going to create deployment and service for MongoDB. You can have separate files for them, but it's a very common thing to put them together because all the deployments need service.
I gotta use the restroom and I'm gonna check on my food. 1 sec. Okay, we're back. Hold on. See you guys on Firefox. Trust me, what comes next, sending your bank account credentials to Facebook. What? One man controls it. What? What is going on?
Services, so you have them grouped in one YAML file. And again, let's reference the documentation for the deployment example syntax, and we can then adjust the values as we need. And as you see, deployment configuration file looks a little bit more complex than config map or a secret. So let's go through the configuration and
back by this time on Firefox.
So
you made the right choice.
And the specification. And these are basically deployment specific configuration that we have in the specification section. And let's start with the main part of the deployment, which defines the blueprint for the pods. And that blueprint is defined as a template. So template basically is a configuration of the pod within the configuration of deployment. And you see that template section has its own metadata and own spec or specification, just like deployment has its metadata and specification, right? So this part actually configures the pod within a deployment. And in the specification of the pod, we have the definition of containers. So this is a list of containers. As you learned, you can have multiple containers in a pod, but mostly one main application per pod. And this is where we define which image will be used to create this pod. In our case, this is going to be a MongoDB image. And if we search for Mongo in Docker Hub, that's basically the image name, and you can find all the text in the text section, and we're going to use the tag 5.0.
I didn't know
so
school bus was
Mongo
that.
5.0. That's where we define the image of the container within the pod. You can name this
asterisks and commas in his
this
links.
This is just the name of the container, and we also have the port where the container will listen. And let's check our image. And as you see, MongoDB starts at this port, so we can just copy it and paste it in here. So this basically just configures our deployment to create pods with a MongoDB image version 5.0. So that's the core of a deployment. Now let's see what is all this other stuff here. First of all, we have this labels attribute in the metadata section. And then we also have match labels attribute. So what is this about?
My food is not ready yet, so I increased the temperature.
Component a key value pair labels. So you can label anything from pod to deployment to config map, etc. In
I learned DevOps are pretty much just fancy Googler and copy paster. To a certain degree. I mean, it's like the difference lies like knowing what to copy paste.
Labels basically are additional identifiers of the components in addition to the name, for example. So you can identify and address specific components using their labels. Now, why do we need them? First of all, when we have multiple replicas of the same pod,
let's go easy with deleting messages, Nick.
Name. However, they can share the same label, so we can identify all the pod replicas of the same application using a specific label that all of them share. And that's why in the metadata of the pod, we always have this label. So for pods, labels is a requirement.
It's all right, let it go.
For other components like deployment, config map, etc., labels is optional, but it is a good practice to set them. Now, when we create pod replicas, how does deployment know?
Hold on, what the fuck? I just missed a bunch of stuff here.
And now, when we use mongo.yaml, this is going to be a configuration file where we're going to create deployment and service for MongoDB. You can have separate files for them, but it's a very common thing to put them together because all the deployments need services. So you have them grouped in one YAML file. And again, let's examine. And as you see, deployment configuration file looks a little bit more complex than config map or a secret. So let's go through the configuration and understand all these attributes. So we have the metadata
Okay, I
section.
want to clear something here a bit better. Config map versus secret. Dude, it's okay. Let the guy, like, the other guy, yeah, I agree. He was like off the charts. Non-melt, like he's so far he's okay. Just it's okay to it's okay to have a claim. It's fine. Like it's we're making conversation right now. Like I see your point, I see his point. Unborn aborted babies. Config map. Yeah, I hear it a lot too, but it's okay. Let's, if somebody goes too far, we can say you are going too far. I'm the author. Hold on. Have you been using Kubernetes secrets up to date? Now we have config maps as well. What is the preferred way forward, secrets or config maps? Because yeah, that kind of got me confused. After a few iterations, we have stabilized at the following rule. Config maps are per solution domain, can be shared across microservices within the domain, but ultimately are single-purpose config entries. Secrets are shared across solution domains, usually represent third-party systems or databases. I'm the author of both these features. The idea is what you should use secrets for things which are actually secret, like API keys, credentials, etc. Use config maps for non-secret configuration data. In the future, there will likely be some differentiators for secrets like rotation or support for backing the secret API with HSMs, etc. In general, we like intent-based APIs, and the intent is definitely different for secret data versus plain old configs. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. Put a bit more clarity on that. All right, let's continue on this thing.
And the specification. And these are basically deployment-specific configuration that we have in the specification section. And let's start with the main part of the deployment, which defines the blueprint for the pods. And that blueprint is defined as a template. So template basically is a configuration of the pod within the configuration of deployment. And you see that template section has its own metadata and own spec or specification, just like deployment has its metadata and specification, right? So this part actually configures the pod within a deployment. And in the specification of the pod, we have the definition of containers. So this is a list of containers. As you learned, you can have multiple containers in a pod, but mostly one main application per pod. And this is where we define which image will be used to create this pod. In our case, this is going to be a MongoDB image. And if we search for Mongo in Docker Hub, that's basically the image name.
Somebody's at my door. You can find what is happening? One sec. Kind of having an interesting day here. Okay, I'm back. There was a salesperson trying to sell a different internet service provider to me. Oh my god. I suppose this would be a bad time to ask if you want to talk about our Lord and Savior, the one true King of the listen people.
All the tags in the tag section, and we're going to use the tag 5.0. So Mongo 5.0. That's where we define the image of the container within the pod. We can name this MongoDB. This is just the name of the container. And we also have the port where the container will listen. And let's check our image. And as you see, MongoDB starts at this port. So we can just copy it and paste it in here. So this basically just configures our deployment to create pods with a MongoDB image version 5.0. So that's the core of a deployment. Now let's see what is all this other stuff here. First of all, we have this labels attribute in the metadata section. And then we also have match labels attribute. So what is this about? In Kubernetes, you can give any component a key value pair labels. So you can label anything from pod to deployment to config map, etc. And labels basically are additional identifiers of the components in addition to the name, for example. So you can identify and address specific components using their labels. Now, why do we need them? First of all, when we have multiple replicas of the same pod, each pod will get a unique name. However, they can share the same
Your URLs are just
so we
nuts.
can identify all the pod replicas of the same application using a specific label that all of them share. And that's why in the metadata of the pod, we always have this label. So for pods,
I missed that section. Okay, tell me one more time.
MongoDB. This is just the name of the container image. And as you see, MongoDB pods or of a deployment. Labels attribute in the metadata section. In Kubernetes, you can give any component a key value pair labels. So you can label anything from pod to deployment to config map, etc. And labels basically are additional identifiers of the components in addition to the name, for example. So you can identify and address specific components using their labels. Now, why do we need them? First of all, when we have multiple replicas of the same pod, each pod will get a unique name. However, they can share the same label. So we can identify all the pod replicas of the same application using a specific label that all of them share.
TikTok, fuck TikTok.
In the metadata of the pod,
don't open that spyware,
label.
bro.
So for pods, labels is a required field. For other components like deployment, config map, etc., labels is optional, but it is a good practice to set.
I would rather write
now,
that fucking
when we create pod replicas, how does deployment know
data image thingy right into the
belong to it? Or how does Kubernetes know which pods belong to which deployments? And that is defined using this part right here. So selector match labels is in the
Shadow Wizard
of the deployment, as you see.
Bruh.
And this defines that all the pods that match this label belong to this. First of all, when we have multiple replicas of the same pod, each pod will get a unique name. However, they can share the same label. So we can identify all the pod replicas of the same application using a specific label that all of them share. And that's why in the metadata of the pod, we always have this label. So for pods, labels is a required field. For other components like deployment, config map, etc., labels is optional, but it is a good practice to set them. Now, when we create pod replicas, how does deployment know which pods actually belong to it? Or how does Kubernetes know which pods belong to which deployments? And that is defined using this part right here. So selector match labels is in the specification of the deployment, as you see. And this defines that all the pods that match this label belong to
I'm having a hard time
deployment.
following this.
So that's why we have the match labels here. So this selector will match the pods created with this configuration because they have label app nginx. Now, are these labels given or can you select any key value pairs? Well, these are totally up to you. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it my key, my value. It doesn't really matter. However, the standard and
Okay, let's do this. Kubernetes template versus spec. Metadata labels and template metadata section. Okay, let's understand this thing. Yeah, what is this here? What makes you think it's not required? If you don't provide metadata for a deployment template, it will fail with a message like this. Nginx is invalid when the demos does not match template levels, or metadata that does not match the selector will fail with a message something like this. Damn, page not found. Okay. Tell me about template. Pod template. Deployments. Okay. Tell me about... Okay, where is the fucking... The cat hair on my eye. Bruh. Yeah. The following is an example of a deployment. It creates a replica set to bring up the Nginx pods. Right. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. As with all other Kubernetes configs, the deployment needs API version, kind, and metadata fields. For general information about working with the config files, see deploying application, Kubernetes containers, and using kubectl to manage resource config. When the control panel creates new pods for a deployment, the metadata name of the deployment is part of the basis for naming those pods. The name of the deployment must be valid, DNS supplement valid, but this can produce unexpected results for the pod. Hostname and risk command name should follow the more restrictive rules for a DNS label. Okay? A deployment also needs a spec section. Yes. Okay. Spec reference object reference, naming a reference field, validation of. I'm trying to understand the template. Doesn't really say much, but okay.
And a common practice.
Hold on. I'm gonna take this. Okay, copy. We're gonna take this. I'm gonna create Postgres with this. Okay. So let's go and I'm gonna do Postgres file Postgres deployment.yaml. Did I make a typo? No, right? Hippity hoppity, your code is not my property. Bro, did you hack me? Deployment. Let's call it Postgres deployment. Okay, Postgres image. Okay, what is the image we are using here? Fuck, what the fuck is Postgres? Postgres 16. Five, 4, 3, 2. I always think of that saying when I copy paste code from the internet. Oh yeah. You just upload your code to GitHub, causing mistake. Copilot now knows every detail of your code base and your address. I wonder if like code Copilot actually reads when you are not using, it reads your code when you are not using it.
This in Kubernetes is to use app key in the labels when labeling your applications. And the value
there was a massive scandal about it. Shit. So in that case, since I am using this here, I think I'm going to have to look into the config as well, right? I need, like, where she created for like 8 months after it came out. In 8 months time, it probably like fucking used all the data it could by that time.
MongoDB URL, and the value will be the service that we're going to create for MongoDB application, and we're going to call that service Mongo service. And in a couple of minutes,
why? I am fucking doing it in English, motherfucker.
And that will be basically all the configuration we need for creating config map. So that one is done. Let's now go ahead and create Mongo secret. That one is done.
Okay, so name Mongo URL Mongo service. Mongo service. Okay. So I need a new file here. Something config. We're gonna call it Postgres config.yaml. Okay, I guess. And then we're gonna do this here. We're gonna do config map name. What did she name it? Mongo config. We're gonna call it Postgres config. And then Postgres URL. We're gonna do Postgres service. That's what she did, right? Mongo service, Postgres service. Okay.
It's done. Let's now go again. So we have
okay, we've already done that.
Documentation.
Okay.
So the blueprint for the pods, and that base of the pod is, and we also have, as you see, so this basically you can give able component.
Okay, for that I think I also already have Postgres deployment, everything in place. Cool. Okay.
Components using their label by all that we offer, but to label right have just defines how many pods you want to create.
Oh shit. Replicas. No, I just need one of these motherfuckers.
Using this loop. And as you learned, if you want to scale databases in Kubernetes, we're going to stick to deployment because every application using this. And again, let's grab a service example. And adjust it as we need. Now, service configuration is much easier than the deployment, as you see. First, let's change the name. Let's call it Mongo service. And remember, this is the endpoint.
Okay, now it makes sense. All right. Service. Give me the English one. Thank you very much. The exact same thing that still... Okay, inside the deployment. So the deployment is available. 1, 2, 3. API version service name, Postgres service selector. Yeah. Hold on, let's follow.
Which we will use to access Mongo, and that's what we defined right here. So this is the we'll use to access Mongo, and that's what we defined right here. So this is the name of the service. And in the specification, we have service-specific attributes. First of all, we have the selector attribute, which you already know from here. Now, why do we need a selector in service? Because, as you know, service needs to forward the request that it gets to its endpoint pods. How does service know which pods belong to it and which ones it should forward the requests to? Well, using the same label selector as we saw on deployment. So this should match the label of the pods that will belong to the service, which is app Mongo.
Oh,
and that's
you're
how
gonna go ahead
service
out?
and pods
Okay.
will find each other. And then we have the ports configuration, which is also super simple. Service is accessible within the cluster using its own IP address and the port, and we define its port right here. And this can be any port
so
that
we
we
did
decide
that.
on. This could be 80,
Cool.
80, doesn't really matter. And we have the target port, which is the port of the pods that belong to the service. And logically enough, the target port should always be the same as the container port, because that's where the application in the pod is accessible. Now that's where the service should forward the request to.
No
so
conspiracy theories. I will know. I live in your walls. God damn it,
sets
Nick.
the port of the service. The target port tells service to which port it should forward the request to the pods. And this should be same as the container port. Port and target port values.
Let me see what the kitty wants real quick. Coco. I hear you. Where are you, babe? All right, we are back. He's outside. He's gonna freeze my ass in a second here.
Values can be different, or again, it's a common standard to select the same port for the service as well, just to keep things simple. So let's save this, and that's our configuration for MongoDB deployment and service. A deployment and service for web application.yaml. Paste.
Okay, let's do Django.yaml here, right? So, no, it's called API.yaml. API.yaml. That's the one that. Also, me living in your walls isn't a conspiracy theory. That's a fact, bro.
Everything in, and we can just adjust all these values. In the service and deployment, all the labels and label selectors, of course. And right here, we of course need the correct image of our web application. Going back to our Docker Hub, this is the name of my image. And again, this is publicly accessible, so you can use it as well. And the tag is accessible, so you can use it as well. And
oh, it's doing the same thing. Copy paste with this one, and we're just gonna put it into the here, and then this is gonna be API. Yo, Ali Emre. Good luck. Have a good streaming. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. How you doing? Let's call it API. And then the image, now we're going to be using the image we created. Docker image ls. Grab Filelib. This one right here. We're going to be using this. Yeehaw! Image right in. Cool. How you doing? I'm doing great, man. How about you? I have everything as well. So far, so good. You know, learning, learning things. We're gonna have 8,000 to 8,000. Oh, we can't do this, right? The container port think it needs to be
egg is v1.0. And there you go. So this is a very simple Node.js application which starts on port 3000. So that's why we need to define container port on 3000. And container port is same as target port on the service. And we can set the service port to the same value. And this will configure deployment.
Trying to launch it, so, you know, working on the Kubernetes setup here.
So this is the basic configuration for deployment and service for any application in Kubernetes cluster.
He bit me, my cat.
But we have one more thing to configure in our deployment components for both Mongo and web app, which is we need to pass the data defined in the config and secret components.
Yes.
First of all, when starting a MongoDB application, we need to set username and password. So when MongoDB application starts, it will automatically generate a username and password for MongoDB, and we can then use that to access it in our cluster. Now, how do we know how username and password can be configured in a MongoDB on startup? Well, we go to the image documentation, and right here we see the environment variable names for username and password. And these are actually required fields in most of the databases. We have to set them, otherwise we won't be able to access them. So the next question is, how do we configure environment variables in a container configuration? So how do we pass environment variables to this application running inside the container? Well, that's also very easy. We have env attribute for that, which is a list of environment variables.
That's actually a good point. So we're gonna go to Postgres YAML, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna say env, okay, and I'm gonna have to copy things over from. I have like 7 billion fucking files open here. Apparently, we can close this. And this one over here. Oh, it uses the env. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold up. I'm gonna do this. Okay, so let me see how she's really typing those, like exactly as it looks.
Names and values. That's it. So very simple. So name is the environment variable name, and value is the environment variable value. So let's copy the name. So this is the environment variable.
Okay. So we're gonna do Postgres DB. Oh shit, no. Name and value. Okay, name and value. This is gonna be Filelib, but of course we're gonna change it. So let's go.
Name that MongoDB expects, and we have to set a value, whatever we want the username to be. Now we can directly set the username right here, like this, or in our case, we're gonna reference them from secret and config components. How do we do that? Also pretty simple. We do value from, and we want to reference it from the secret. So we do secret key ref, and under that we have the name of the secret.
Careful and good luck. I don't have to sleep anymore. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.
And
thanks for chatting.
Key, which is Mongo user.
Okay. Volley from secret key ref. Volley from secret key ref. Name and key. Name and key. So for the secrets, we have Postgres user. Oh no. Postgres secret, and then key is this. Ooh, I like it.
So Kubernetes will basically find a secret with this name and get the value set for this key and substitute it as a value for this environment variable. And the same way, we're gonna configure the password. So let's take the password. That's the.
Yep, that makes sense. So we're gonna take this guy. Name PostgreSDB. Now we need Postgres user. Oh, looks like I'm missing DB. Okay. Postgres DB. And then Filelib. So I'm gonna do echo Filelib base 64. Give me that. Thank you. Okay. Postgres DB, Postgres user. So this is going to be Postgres DB. Okay. And then Postgres user is perfectly fine. And then we need password. Okay. Password. I think this is just called password. Okay. Let's make sure it's there. Cool. Host. This should not be here. We're just going to do port. For the next one. Okay. We're going to do port. Okay. So I think this should be it. Let's go.
The name of the environment variable, same secret component.
We don't really need to host because we are referencing it as a pod.
So our MongoDB configuration file is complete. And when it starts, a user with these credentials will be created. When our web application starts, it will need to connect to the database. So we need to give this web application information about the database endpoint. Where can it access
Shit, it's so
the
cold.
database?
You open the door. 1 sec. Okay. Let's see.
And which username and password to use to authenticate with the database. And I have already configured this application inside to expect all these values as environment variables with specific names. So we're gonna pass these 3 pieces of data as environment variables to the web app application. So let's do that. Again, the name of the environment variable, the first one I actually called username. And we can
mine is identical, so it should be the same for me. And when I am doing this, I can basically just copy this. And then API YAML, there you go. And I can do it on this. That's it. Cool. Let me make sure. So if I'm looking at file app settings, I'm looking at it over here. Oh, it's in the base. Databases. Where are the fuck databases are? Yes, my boy. Who's a good boy? Who's cooking? He just looks at me so sweet. Mr. Katie. All right.
The same configuration and paste it here. And you already see an advantage of using configuration from secret or config, because if you need the same information in 10 different applications, you create it once and reference it 10 times.
Are you on Windows for your OS? No, I'm on Linux. Sorry, I'm on Ubuntu.
Password.
I mean Linux, but Ubuntu.
And I called this one user pwd. And finally, our application needs the database endpoint, which will be db URL.
Oh yeah, this is just a doc
and
in Ubuntu.
Value is not in the secret, but in config map. And how do we access value from config map? Very similar as the secret, so we have the same value from. And instead of secret keyref, we have config map keyref.
That's what I need. So I'm gonna have to go over here, close this, and then config map. Where the fuck is my config map? Brother. Ah, Postgres config. Okay. Postgres URL. And then for the env, I need Postgres host, right? So this one here, we're gonna do this, and then that's gonna be Postgres host. And then from, what did she type? Config map key ref. Okay, config map key ref.
Key reference. And then we have name, which we called Mongo config, and key.
So name, I called it Postgres config, right? Postgres config, and then Postgres URL. Okay. Yeah, but multiple windows kind of confused me there. I think I should be good.
Which is the name of the key. And that's it. So we don't have any of the configuration values hard-coded in our Kubernetes configuration files. We only have references, which makes our configuration way cleaner. So if something changes or the values change here, we don't have to adjust anything in our deployments. So connectivity with the database is configured, and there is one last thing missing in our web application configuration before we deploy all of this, which is making it accessible from the browser. We want to be able to type in some URL and access our web application from the browser, right? And as you learned, we have external services for that, so we will need to adjust the service configuration a little bit. Right now, these service configurations, both of them, are internal services. So to make it external, all we need to do is set a type, which is by default cluster IP. So that's the default type if we don't specify the type, but we're going to set it to node port. Ooh. So node port is an external service type, and it requires a third port, which is called a node port.
Imagine having to use
so what is a node
PyAutoGUI to make an Excel document.
Which will open on
that
Kubernetes
sounds pain.
nodes on which the application will be accessible. So on the node IP address and node port combination, we will be able to access this service, which will then access the pods behind it. And node port range is actually defined in Kubernetes, so we can't just type anything we want here like this. It has to be within the range of 30,000 and 32,767. So anything within this range is fine as a value. So we can do 30,000 or 30,100, doesn't really matter. So let's set this as a value.
So we're going to change the kind to the spec type to node port on this one, spec. Okay. Type node port and target port and node port. Okay, we have node port. Let's make it 31,000.
And
then
this
see where
completes the web app configuration file. Now we have a very simple but also pretty realistic configuration for deploying an application with its database with external configuration in the cluster. So as a final step, we're just gonna create all these components one by one in Kubernetes. So I'm gonna open a terminal, and we already have a Minikube cluster running. But there are no components inside. So first, we need to create the external configurations because they need to be there when we create MongoDB and web application deployments, because they reference those configurations. So let's create Mongo config and secret first. To do that, we have a kubectl apply command with -f, which stands for file, which takes a Kubernetes configuration file as an input, like this, and creates whatever is defined inside. And as you see, Mongo config was created. Now let's create Mongo secret. Next, we're going to create a database because our web application depends on it. So it should start first. And again, let's do kubectl apply with mongo.yaml as an input. And as you see, deployment and service were created. And finally, let's deploy our web application. And there you go. So everything seems fine, but of course we want to check all the pods and all the components that were created in the cluster. So for that, I'm gonna actually switch to command line.
So if I do get pods again, bro, this is Postgres is running, image pull back off. What the fuck? Oh, Scheiße. Okay, that is going to be a problem. Oh yeah, it doesn't have access to it, so... Okay, we're gonna say kubectl pull image from private registry. Yeah, we have to figure it out. Cool. Guys, 1 sec. My cat wants something. I'm just gonna follow him. 1 sec. Where are you? Oh, come here, babe. Come here, my love. I want you to go boy. Come here, come. Let me give you the Mr. T. Such a good boy. Yeah, such a good kid. Okay, show me what you want. Show me what you want, babe. Such an excited boy. Yes, my boy. He just wants to go outside, Mr. Kitty. All right, static. Image from. Yeah, there you go. GitHub Kubernetes was introduced on the first September. Search for GitHub registry. Get access token. Docker config JSON. Once I have my path token created, I can build an outstring using the following format. Oh, it must move to like base 64, this motherfucker. Okay, guys, 1 second. I'm gonna have to do this off screen here. I'm gonna open up a new tab on my terminal. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna do cat.gh. Okay. That's a lot of hoops we are skipping with this. Oh shit, not Docker Python file. What the fuck? Docker config JSON.yaml. Okay. That is the value from this. You opened my door again, Coco. Kitty, kitty. Why is it 2 lines? What the fuck? Yes, Mr. Kitty. I don't know if this is gonna work or not, but fuck it. Let's give it a try. Breadcrumb, what did I miss? Nick got into a war. Yeah, bit of a war there. Looks like an awful lot like setting up a Docker Compose. It's just like everything right now I'm doing is pretty much, you know, doing things from scratch. I keep doing Docker, kubectl, image pull back off. It still does the same shit. What the fuck? Coco, guys, one second, open the door. Show me what you want. Okay. Show me what you want, big boy. Yes, my boy. Okay, I'm back. I'm just gonna do like another YouTube video. There's got to be something there that's gonna like show us the way. Kubernetes, pull from GitHub GHCR. Yeah, pull image from Docker register in Kubernetes cluster demo. Oh, same lady. Okay, tell us.
In this video,
I
I will
headset.
show you how to deploy your own application or permission. It says in practice. And in order to show you the demo, I have this application. If you want to learn how to set up to get to this state from a clean state. So the first step, as I said, is to create a secret component which will have this private command, the options, which is username or password, and you have the Docker repository endpoint there. And the third one is password standard in, which basically means have your the VNet. But what I'm going to show you just for demonstration is I'm going to show you the complete login command that this will execute. and this is the one. So you have Docker login, the username, this is a password, and I'm showing you the password because I'm going to delete the repository afterwards. This is the email flag, which I believe is deprecated in the new Docker version. Private repository, which is this one right here. Okay, I execute that command. So Docker login with all it does in the background is it creates or it generates a config.
Welcome back, Wiper.
That holds the authentication to my private repository. So in .docker directory in user folder, you have a config.json, and this holds the repository access. Now there are two ways that this config.json will store the authentication. Either you will have the authentication directly here, or you'll have the external cred stored. This is more secure because
got it working. Hell yeah, bro. Good job, man.
File, but in a credential store. And this is the file that we need for the secret. So now whenever Docker tries to pull the image from my private repository, like this image, for example, it will use those credentials for this private registry to pull that image, to authenticate itself and pull that image. However, there is a small problem with this specific file, which is that I'm running my cluster in Minikube, and Minikube doesn't have access to my cred store because it's running in a virtual box, right? So it cannot access my max credential store. So this is not going to work. So when the Docker, which is packaged in the Minikube, which I explained in another video, you can check that out, how Minikube is set up. So Minikube has its own Docker. So when Docker inside the Minikube tries to pull that image from this private repository, it will see the cred store and it won't be able to access that. Okay, but I showed you this one to demonstrate how Docker login works with cred store. So what I'm going to do now is enter the Minikube. So I'm going to SSH into Minikube, which goes like this. You can do this pretty easy. And here I am in the directory of home Docker. And just to check, there is no .docker here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in to my private repository from Minikube Docker directly, not from my laptop. Okay, and let's see.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to copy that command like this. And by the way, Minikube has a more recent version of Docker. That's why it doesn't recognize the email flag because it got deprecated. So I'm gonna remove that. So you have the same username, password, and the private repository URL. So I'm gonna execute that. Remember, I'm in the Minikube, login succeeded. And now if I do -a, I see the .docker directory created, and now we can see what's inside the config.json. So you see, config.json doesn't have a credential store anymore, but it has, this is the repository URL, it's the same one here. And the credentials or the authorization is inside those brackets. So right here, you have the authorization token, which is this whole thing. So depending on your setup, it might look like this for you or like this. But as I said, Minikube can't access my cred store on my operating system. So that's why I'm logging in directly from the Minikube Docker. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use that file, so this file right here, to create the secret for Kubernetes cluster. And this is a secret configuration. So basically I have the secret kind, the name of the secret, and note the type here. So it's Docker config.json, which is its own secret type for this specific use case. And the .docker config.json, the value of this attribute will contain the base64 encoded contents of this config.json file. So all of this base64 encoded will be assigned as a value here. Now, since I have my kubectl set up on my laptop, not in the Minikube, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that file from inside the Minikube to my host so that I can use it for my kubectl command. So I'm gonna clear this up and I'm gonna secure copy it from Minikube. And by the way, I'm gonna collect all these commands and the configuration files and I'm gonna put them in Git repository and link it in the video description. So you can check that out if you wanna follow along the video. So I'm gonna type out the whole command and I'm gonna explain it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna secure copy, and for that I'm gonna need SSH key, which you have in a variable like this. So it will be the same.
Right.
You can directly copy this command.
Do you have an idea on how to improve the voice capture so it's capturing my voice, but it's not that accurate?
This is a user.
I honestly have no idea.
And this is the IP address.
Sounds like an interesting challenge, but I've never done it.
You can also log it on your console and you can see what the value of it is. And inside that, I want to copy .docker/config.json.
I thought you published your app. Are you going to abandon us? Ah, man, come on. Dude, so long as honestly, so long as I have time to stream, I'm just gonna keep streaming. If I get a job, let's say, and then, you know, like if it requires too much of me, which was the case when I was working, honestly, like I didn't have any energy left at the end of the day. I was barely functioning. But, you know, aside from situations like that, I like interacting here. Rich and famous and forgot all us little guys, bruh. Honestly, even if I get rich from this product specifically, I would love to keep streaming. It would be awesome.
It's not as secure as having it in CRED store. So if you are running your Kubernetes cluster on some servers, you may want to use credential store instead. But this is just for Minikube demonstration. So I'm gonna execute that. And now if I check my own Docker config, see I have replaced the content. Now I can go and create the secret from this file. So as I said, this should be base64 encoded content. So what I'm gonna do is pipe that and base64 encode it. And I'm gonna paste it directly in here. Okay, so this is
what the fuck is happening here?
Or if you want to spare yourself.
That has happened to one of the streamers I used to follow and watch all the time. Did they like stop streaming, or did they just like, you know, got on a high horse? Docker secret. Okay, so we're gonna have to create a new file here called file. We're gonna say Docker secret. Okay, yeah, let's do that. We're gonna delete this. Okay. API version v1. Okay. Okay, v1 kind secret. Oh shit, this file is not a YAML. We're gonna do refactor. So see, I knew it. One day Justin's going to go out for milk and never come back. Just like in the movies. He was starting a company, and once it skyrocketed, he just left us. He hasn't even streamed in 8 months, and he's not even on Discord at all. Oh, bro. That, yeah. I would at least remember to say, like, thank you. Metadata, and name registry key. Name. Registry key. That's kind of weird. Yeah, maybe some other things took place, man. Data .docker config JSON .docker config JSON, and then type what is it? Kubernetes IO Docker config JSON. Docker config JSON. So I'm supposed to put the value of the thing over there. So, okay, hold on. Do minikube ssh cat docker config json base 64. It's 3 lines. Why is it 3 lines? That's the part I don't fucking understand. I hope this works.
Itself, this, base 64 encoding it on the command line and then copying the contents there. You can actually do that with kubectl command as well, right? So let's clear that up, and I'm going to show you that kubectl way as well. So the kubectl command will be like this: kubectl create secret, and this is the secret type, generic. So that's the name of the secret. And let's break the line to have it structured from file docker config JSON. This is the same as this one here. And now we have to specify the file, which it should base 64 encode. And finally, we specify the type, which is docker config JSON type. So it's going to create the secret of docker config JSON type from these files contents and set it as a value for this attribute. So I'm going to apply that. So this will do the same as applying this configuration file here. So we have our secret, my registry key in the cluster. So just to review it now, we did docker.
So I'm going to do kubectl get secrets. Yeah, I have this apparently. So if I do kubectl apply, it says unchange. And if I do kubectl get pods, yeah, how do you delete a pod? Hold on. I'm going to say kubectl delete pod. How do you do that? Check them. Oh. Here's what it looks like when it's being played on stream. Oh, bro, this is fucking awesome. Oh, shit. Nice. Nice, man. Did you make this yourself? This is like sick. That's what I can, well, let's call an upgrade. Hell yeah. Drain node name. Okay. kubectl drain not found. kubectl get secrets. Yeah, I gotta delete this one here. Kubectl. Oh my god. kubectl drain troubleshooting and cluster management. Corridor mark as unschedulable. Mark node drain node in preparation for maintenance. Update the taints on delete resources by file names, setting resource and names. Okay, I can just say like kubectl delete. Oh my god, can't type. Kubectl delete. So it doesn't have a resource type. Secret. Oh, there you go. So that's how it works. If I do get secrets, that's gone. Okay, if I see kubectl apply f docker secret.yaml. Did I update it? I think I did, so fuck it. Okay, we're gonna take this. Okay. kubectl delete pod this fucker. Okay. And then we're gonna do kubectl apply f API YAML. It says unchanged, motherfucker. So it's a different name now. Okay, kubectl delete pod this. Okay, kubectl get services, API service, progress service. Okay, so this is like available on this thing here. Okay, kubectl delete service. Yeah. Okay. Get pods. Error image pull. Fuck, how do we see the logs? Error image pull. How do you see the log? So how do I kubectl describe pod? I think it works like this. Okay, let's see. Maybe it will tell us pulling image failed to response from daemon head unauthorized. Oh shit. What the fuck? Got it from Canva? Dude, that's cool, man. Like, it looks like really sick, honestly. I like it. Yeah, it's like 2 minutes.
When we are learning something, we don't. If you tried creating a sample pod in a Kubernetes cluster, you might have used a YAML template like this. Container registry like Docker. Have your application or software. Create a pod and tag it as my HTTP image stable pod tree. You can specify.
Jesus Christ. Seven minutes. Let's go. We can try it. We are
Hello
learning. We are
guys,
learning.
welcome back. In this repository, let's pick its IP address. Let's open the terminal and pass Kubernetes secret object, which is going to have.
I'm barely understanding what you are saying.
Docker plugin. In this case, I did from Minikube's Docker, and then we use that file. First of all, I copied that file from Minikube to my host, where I execute the kubectl, and I use that file to create the secret, which now has contents like this. Let's actually see that. Get secret. This is output YAML file that was created, and I have my data here, docker config JSON, and this is the base64 encoded contents. Now there's a second way to create this docker config JSON secret where you don't have to do it in 2 steps. You don't have to do docker login and then create the secret from that config JSON file. You can do both in 1 step. So let's see that one as well. So it's going to be kubectl create secret. And now instead of generic, I'm going to specify docker registry, the secret type, and let's give it name, my registry key 2. And here I have different flags which are specific for docker registry, right? So I have docker server, and I'm actually going to execute this command again so that I see the values. So I have docker server, which is my AWS private registry URL. So I'm going to put that here. Then I have docker username, which is AWS. This is the login. If I execute, and I can use any of those for my deployment. Now you may be asking why there are 2 different ways to do the same. The different access, for example, if in your cloud, the first one, access tokens will get stored in this
YouTube search results are just fucking dumb. What the fuck?
What's up, everybody? My name is Pods, and we have errors in Kubernetes manifest files. And at the tree, we see many users encountering various errors. And one of what causes this error, what that occurs up due to some issue it has with pulling the image that is associated with it. Now, there are 2 main reasons for that. The first reason is a misconfiguration in the path, in some part of the path. So let's take a look and see what that looks like. Here we have a demo deployment file that specifies 1 pod with a container taking the image from this path. Now, generally, an image path will contain. We can see that our deployment was created, and now we can run kubectl get pods in this namespace to see how our pod is doing. Okay, so right away we see that we get the error image pullback error, and we can further inspect this pod to see what the specific error message is. So we do that by running kubectl describe pod and the name of the pod, and of course specify our namespace. So here is the error message that we get from kubectl. So now we'll use this image path. In this path, the registry is the same, still valid, but the repository samples is invalid, doesn't exist. So error message not found or deleted. What image path, but the registry doesn't exist. Let's see. So in for such the error when each part of our path is misconfigured, here's a quick tip for you. Into your code the image locally first. Now, if this works for you, then that means that your path is latest 1.1. And it works. Instead of using a public registry, what many users and companies do is they use a private registry to host their images.
Yes, private registry.
That way, they can do their own verification for the images and make sure that they know exactly what each repository contains. Now, when you try to pull an image via your pod from a private registry, if you're not authenticated with the registry, you will also get the image pullback error. So let's see an example of this using JFrog, which among other cool things provides a private container registry. And this is my JFrog server that contains a demo image that we can use to see what kind of error we get.
Please say authorized.
It's an authentication issue.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I'm getting.
We can understand from this that this is failing because we are not authenticated pods access to the registry. This is the command we used, kubectl create secret, and we need to provide it some details. So we need to provide our server that we want to authenticate to, our username, our password, and our email. And of course, here we specify the namespace that we want the secret to be created in.
kubectl create secret docker registry register, and that's the name it's giving. Okay, let excuse me, bro. Something is like burning my fucking throat. kubectl create secret docker registry. Okay, we're gonna say here gh registry secret. I'm just gonna call it \. Okay, we're gonna hit that. Okay, we're gonna do docker server equals ghcr.io. Okay, and then docker username equals and then I'm gonna do cat gh okay, token, copy this. That's the thing. The email, I don't think it really needs it, so. Okay. So if I try this again, will it work? kubectl get pods, image pull, okay. We're gonna have to do these. kubectl delete service, API service, okay, delete pod. Okay. kubectl get services. Okay. kubectl get pods. I am deleting it, but it immediately recreates it. What the fuck? Bro. Unauthorized. Fuck, still says the same shit. What the fuck?
So as you can see, reg secret was created. Step 1 is complete. The next thing we need to do is to tell Kubernetes to use this new secret when the pods in this namespace request access to the registry. So we do that by editing the default service account that comes with each namespace. So we can run this command, kubectl edit, and we're editing the service account of the demo ns namespace. This will bring us into the service account resource itself. And what we need to do here is add the following lines. So we can add that right here. And this is actually telling this namespace that whenever a pod attempts to use, attempts to pull an image, then it has the necessary credentials that it needs to access this registry. So let's save this. Now let's go back and take a look at our pod. So if we run get pods again, great, our pod is now running. Now, any other pod that we will create in this namespace pod is now run. Look at our, so let's save this. Credentials that it needs to access this registry. So let's save this.
What is the fucking code he wrote? He ran.
This command, kubectl
edit service account default. kubectl edit service account default. Oh boy.
Resource itself. And what we need to do here is add the following lines. So we can add that right here. And this is actually
welcome
telling,
back. Image pull secrets. Right underneath metadata. Sorry, right underneath code. Image pull secrets. And name this. Okay.
This namespace that whenever a pod attempts to use, attempts to pull an image, then it has the necessary credentials that it needs to access this registry. So let's save this. Now let's go back and take a look at our pod. So if we run get pods again, great, our pod is now running.
You are trying to increase the accuracy of your voice recognition system. Oh, cool, man. Did it improve? Dude, this is still... You haven't tested it yet? Gotcha. Container creating. Oh, please, 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 please. It runs. It was due to the duration of aspect. Not sure what that means, but I am glad you are making progress, my dude.
So that we can see it better. And first, we're gonna do kubectl get all, which gives you all the components.
Okay. So we have two pods, which is running, and then API service suite. And then this is Kubernetes. This is the Postgres service suite, and then name API deployment, available, and then name. Replica set deployment, Postgres deployment. Okay, not sure what that is, but let's go.
Components created in the cluster, which includes deployments, the pods behind the deployment, and all the services. And as you see, we have Mongo deployment and web app deployment pods. each one with one replica running, and we have the services for MongoDB and web app. And web app service is of node port type, which means we can access it externally. However, we don't see config map and secret here. We can get them using kubectl get config map and kubectl get secret commands. So as you see, displaying any component is pretty easy. Using kubectl, you just do kubectl get and the name of the component, like pod, and you get a list of those components with some additional data. And kubectl is actually a very powerful tool, and it has a bunch of subcommands. So as a natural documentation for kubectl, to basically have an overview and see what you can do with it, you can always use kubectl help as a documentation, which lists all the subcommands you can use with it. One of them, which we already used, get, and for each subcommand, like kubectl get, you can also get some help and basically see all the examples plus
is this
all
a duration
the
aspect of the
options.
voice
So you can
recognition
navigate
system which affected
all
the
the
accuracy
options
of
you
the
have
audio
here.
capture?
So
The duration
kubectl
was
get is
0.1
obviously
seconds,
the
but I
most
have not
common
increased it
command
to
you're going
4
to use to list all the
seconds after I
components.
finished talking.
If you want to see more details
You want to wait
about
for
a
5
certain
seconds?
component, you
Ah,
can use kubectl describe command for it, the actual more detailed output about that specific component. Same way you can also do kubectl describe pod and then name of the pod, like this one, pod, including the labels. Of course, when you have applications running in your cluster, you want to check the logs to troubleshoot, debug easily using kubectl, the pod, and you can even stream the logs using -.
kubectl logs and whatever. Okay, kubectl get pods. Okay, this is the one I want to see, and then we're going to say here kubectl logs. Yes, I can see it running. Definitely output.
Our application is also accessible from the browser. And for that, we actually configured the service. And we can actually get the service using service or svc command. So how do we access this service from the browser? Because this is the port we're going to use to access it, but which IP address is it accessible at? Well, the node port service is always accessible at the IP address of the cluster node. So all the worker nodes that the cluster has. In our case, we just have one, which is the minikube. So we need the IP address of the minikube. To get that, we just do minikube IP, or using Kubernetes, we can also get node, which gives you minikube and a wide output or a longer output than what you see here, which will give you the IP address of the node, which is the same as this one right here. And by the way, you can use the all wide option for any other get command for services, pods, etc. to get some additional information like this. So let's grab the minikube IP address and access the application at this
Fucking
port,
hell.
which is 30,100.
Oh yeah, the
And
thing.
there
Fuck.
you go. This is our web
31,000.
application, which is connected to MongoDB. And we can also validate that by editing something.
Bro.
And saving, because this request goes to the database. And if we refresh, the changes should still be there. Awesome. So we deployed an application with its database in Kubernetes, which is a blueprint configuration for most common application setups you're going to have. Plus, you also learn a couple of kubectl commands, as well as how to reference the Kubernetes official documentation to help you configure and create all the components. I hope I helped you learn a lot about
Well, I got
Kubernetes
it
in
working
this
at
crash
least,
course,
which is
and
like
you feel
honestly
much more
crazy.
confident with Kubernetes.
This is
Now,
nuts.
if you're serious about learning Kubernetes in depth, I actually have 2 more resources for you. As I mentioned at the beginning, if you want to really become an expert in
That was
Kubernetes
some fucking...
and learn how to build and administer a cluster from scratch, then my complete Kubernetes administrator course will be a perfect resource for you. But if your goal is rather to become a DevOps engineer, then our...
All right, I'm gonna go check on my food. I'm gonna go check on my cat, and then I'll be back again. So give me a few moments here. I'm gonna take this teacup with me. Bro, my food is ready. Oh my god, this cooked incredibly fucking well. So goddamn tasty. What are you doing with that food? Are you nuking that? I was slow cooking it in the oven. That's what's happening. Slow baking it, you know? Like nuking it. It cooked really well though, like amazing fucking, cooked so nice and soft and like really good. Ha ha. Oh. Pizza? No, it's some kind of like beef saute I made. It's beef, tomato slices, green pepper, onion, mushroom, green pepper, mushroom, onion, tomato, beef, and then seasonings. And then it cooked about like almost 3 hours. Yeah. It's been cooking since I fucking started the stream. More than 3 hours because this is the second section. Because it broke after some time, if you remember. Cooked so well. Going healthy? Yeah, I've been eating healthy for a while now. I cut out rice, which I like to eat, and I cut out bread entirely. So I'm just eating things plain now, but a lot of seasoning. Oh, this also has garlic and garlic powder. So, and then soy sauce, and then some olive oil, and then some vinegar and other seasonings. I saw you eating pizza last stream. I ate pizza, I think, like last week, but I regretted it, to be honest. It was like my cheat day. Because the past 2 months, like, I've been really strict with what I've eaten. This is fucking amazing, bro. Just plain. All good, man. All good. I'm gonna keep doing this because every time I slow cook something in the oven like this, it fucking comes out amazing, yo. And now our application is running like crazy. Oh, because it doesn't reference to that thing. Sorry, it needs this IP address to, okay. API.filelib.local. Did I not? API.filelib.local. It is in the fucking... We're back. All right. Oh yeah, we are doing this shit inside the fucking whatchamacall this thing. I was doing it through Nginx. This is fucking amazing. Oh, this is the host I'm supposed to be using. Motherfucker works! So it knows. This is what I'm talking about, baby. There you go. Next is gonna be Nginx ingress. And then once I get that working out as well, I'll start deploying through the GitHub. Through the GitHub Actions workflows. Also, something else I wanna do here. I wanna do replicas, let's say like 3. And then if I do kubectl apply api.yaml, okay, it says configured, sweet. Kubectl get pods. Ah, it ran it, bro. Holy shit. Cool. Okay. In a second, I'm gonna try the what you gonna call this thing. I'm gonna try SSHing into the pod and then verify database access. Yes. Perfect. Ugh. Alright, guys. I'm gonna put this to the kitchen and then come back. Okay, back. Static. Okay, so now this locally works nice and clean. Now we actually still need to do the thing. So let's go, and then I'm gonna do kubectl ssh into pod. Okay, let's go. Name shell demo. And what's the name I gave to this thing? API. Okay. Pods API not found. Name. It's API deployment, I think. Okay, I think it just wants this whole name because look at my shit over here. This is crazy. PostgreSDB, Postgres service host. This is the IP address to the thing. This is the port. Oh, baby. Damn. So it has everything aside from the app stage that I set up in the container. Oh, it is. Okay, so it is there. So if I do manage.py shell, cool. Okay, I'm gonna do exit. Okay, pip install Python just to try. Okay, okay, it works. It works, big boy. Cool. Why is it true? I did make it to fucking false. Hmm. What the fuck are you doing? Huh. That's not good. What the fuck? Huh. Okay, it actually works. Bro. It's using SQLite. It's not applying the thing properly. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem I have to fix. Yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. Very, 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 very wrong. But each one is a step further for us, right? Okay. So basically, the database at least works. So we are good that it has access to it. And I mean, it doesn't. Fuck, because. Yes. Gosh darn it. Hmm. Yeah, there is something. Okay, let's see. kubectl shutdown. Oh. Come on, what is happening here? So we're gonna do kubectl get all just the cluster. Okay. So I'm gonna have to come here when I say make up. Actually, hold on. Make down. Okay. Oh, that's minikube. So I'm gonna let it be. So before we get there, I need to edit the env to be production because I need to verify app stage equals production. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working when it's supposed to be doing the production for the thing. So cold. I think he opened the door again. Mr. Kitty, open the door. Okay. So it got created, which is good. Okay. This is weird. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's basically it. So if I do exit, make, yeah, this should always do make down. Make K8s. Doesn't like numbers in there? Okay. Okay. Let's see how this is gonna work. That was so fucking fast. Holy shit. Why is it still true? This makes no fucking sense. Bruh. Hmm. Hmm. What is the command I ran here? Shit. Okay. Docker build API Docker file, yabbity yibbity yabbity. I think that was it. So You know that it exists, but it won't fucking... Well, the API Docker file here, we are not going to deal with that. This is kind of an odd thing. Exposed 8000. Yeah, it's okay. And then when we are running it here with the entry point, we are running it on 8000. So we should be good. Let's do this again. I could swear like I made a fucking comment. Oh yeah, it's like right here, bro. I had it, but I didn't fucking... How did I not remember? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm kind of finding my way around Kubernetes, and I'm gonna fucking master that shit in no time, bro. Things are settling down, like, logistically in my head. Okay, so I'm gonna say here, Docker, push. There we go. So when I go back here, I should have less than a minute ago. Cool, right here. Cool. Okay, when I say here, PSA, nothing, and then kubectl get all. Okay. He opened the door again, of course, Mr. Kitty. Oh, fuck. This is, bruh. I just pushed a new one. Can I? Oh, I didn't. Why? So on our API YAML here, this is gonna be 001. Cool. Cool. So I'm gonna delete this fucker. Cool. So if I do kubectl get all, okay. Okay, it's creating, so we should be good. Okay, so kubectl exec. Okay, we're gonna do again in the grab app stage production, so it actually knows the fucking value there, but gosh darn it. And what are we doing here? I'm gonna say debug false. Okay, I think this one worked. Okay, it's finally false. If I do databases, host Postgres service. Yes, there's I like it. Cool. Guys, this is good. This is cool. So now it actually loads the fucking, yeah. I can actually hit this endpoint. But of course it's gonna be unauthorized, whatever, right? Like it's gonna ask for a token, which we don't have. So get access token. I'm gonna duplicate this. Get access token cubes. Okay, this is gonna be the URL, and if I do send, something went wrong. So we're gonna do kubectl logs. Oh shit, no. Okay, I think I need to lower this fucker to 1. The replicas, because yeah. Make KS. Okay, so it should kubectl get pods. I should only see 1. Terminating. Running. This is the only one. So cool. Kubectl logs f. We are not gonna be able to see the fucking errors because debug is false, so it's only gonna say Broskis. Yeah. Ooh. This is amazing. Okay. So we are getting somewhere, which is good, right? So I'm gonna go to my packages. Actually, I'm gonna do this over here. So we have this one, okay? One download, which is the one we just did. We come down here. This is so sick, yo. Okay. Cool. Now I need to do, you know what? Fucking let's install this. See if it's gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna like fucking make crazy shit, but we'll see. Oh, change the file types to other shit now. Okay, guys, I'm gonna check the door one more time. Okay, so time for the ingress, because this actually works, and I like that it actually works. Okay, I'm gonna say, shit, I have like too many fucking things open here. All right, we gotta close some tabs. Righto, 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 righto. right to, right to, right to, right to, right to, right to. Okay. Ah, we're good. So many went away. Okay. Now, I think I saw it here. This lady, she had one where she was kind of like giving us instructions. Let me just connect this fucker one more time. Coolio, so I can actually hear. All right. So I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna say here nana ingress. There you go. Oh shit! It took me to the very. You guys can hear this, right? No, you can't.
Routing rules to work.
Okay.
What you need in addition
Fuck, good
is
thing I
an
thought about this.
implementation for Ingress. And that implementation is called Ingress Controller. So the step one will be to install an Ingress controllers, which is basically another pod or another set of pods.
So up until this point, we have pretty much everything. We have the pod, the API. We have the service we created. It's up and running. That's how we're actually accessing the thing. And then now we just need the ingress. So when we use the ingress, we are going to make this internal only. So the only way this is accessible is through the ingress, which we're going to be using
pods
Nginx for.
That run on your node in your Kubernetes cluster and does evaluation and processing of ingress rules. So the YAML file that I showed you with the ingress component is basically this part right here, and this has to be additionally installed in Kubernetes cluster. So what is ingress controller exactly? The function of ingress controller is to evaluate all the rules that you have defined in your cluster, and this way to manage all the redirections. So basically, this will be the entry point in the cluster for all the requests to that domain or subdomain rules that you've configured. And this will evaluate all the rules because you may have 50 rules or 50 ingress components created in your cluster. It will evaluate all the rules and decide based on that which forwarding rule applies for that specific request. So in order to install this implementation of Ingress in your cluster, you have to decide which one of many different third-party implementations you want to choose from. I'll put a link of the whole list in the description where you see different kinds of Ingress controllers you can choose from. There is one from Kubernetes itself, which is Kubernetes Nginx Ingress controller, but there are others as well. So once you install Ingress controller in your cluster, you're good to go, create Ingress roles, and the whole configuration is going to work. So now that I've shown you how Ingress can be used in a Kubernetes cluster, there is one thing that I think is important to understand in terms of setting up the whole cluster to be able to receive external requests. Now, first of all, you have to consider the environment where your Kubernetes cluster is running. If you're using some cloud service provider, like Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, Linode, there are a couple more, that have out-of-the-box Kubernetes solutions, or they have their own virtualized load balancers, etc., your cluster configuration would look something like this. So you would have a cloud load balancer that is specifically implemented by that cloud provider, and external requests coming from the browser will first hit the load balancer, and that load balancer then will redirect the requests to Ingress controller. Now, this is not the only way to do it. Even in cloud environment, you can do it in a couple of different ways, but this is one of the most common strategies. And advantage of using cloud provider for that is that you don't have to implement a load balancer yourself. So with minimal effort, probably on most cloud providers, you will have the load balancer up and running and ready to receive those requests and forward those requests then to your Kubernetes cluster. So very easy setup. Now, if you're deploying your Kubernetes cluster on a bare metal environment, then you would have to do that part yourself. So basically, you would have to configure some kind to do that, and outside of a cluster or outside as a separate, those types is an external proxy server, which can be a software or hardware solution to your cluster, a separate server. It will act as an entry point to none of the server controller request, and the whole to configure that and to set it up depending on which environment you are. The whole to demonstrate all of this on my laptop. The setup will be pretty easy, and even though this might not apply exactly to your cluster setting, still you will see in practice how all these things work. So the first thing is to install Ingress controller in Minikube, and the way to do that is by executing Minikube add-ons enable Ingress. So
I think I do have it, but let me check. Minikube add-ons enable Ingress. I've done it, so okay. So it is already good.
What this does is automatically configures.
Violet message, guys. One sec. Let's see what's happening. Talk to me, baby. Fuck you, Expedia. How many times do I have to fucking unsubscribe from your fucking shitty fucking emails, bro? What a fucking annoying fuck. Fucking assholes. Who the fuck asked you? Like, are you making yourself a priority? Jesus. Okay.
Automatically starts the Kubernetes Nginx implementation of Ingress controller. So that's one of the many third-party implementations which you can also safely use in production environments,
so
not just Minikube.
I am 2 steps away from completing this as closely matched as possible to a production environment. I'm going to have the ingress. I'm going to have the same setup for the production. I'm going to have my pods running, same setup for the production. I'm going to separate my Postgres database to an external resource that's not part of the Kubernetes, but that's on the same virtual private network, right? So I will be able to just provide them as parameters from the secrets, and that should be it. So,
but this is what Minikube actually offers you out of the box. So with one simple command, ingress controller will be configured in your cluster. And if you do kubectl get pod in a kube system namespace, you will see the nginx ingress controller pod run.
Pod, get pod and kube system. Okay, kubectl get pod and kube system. I don't fucking see it. I see it here. Why is there like fucking 3 of these things? This is a controller. And one of them is running. Admission. Okay, they are, I guess, different things. Let's see.
Running in your cluster. So once I have ingress controller installed, now I can create an ingress rule that the controller can evaluate. So let's actually head over to the command line where I'm going to create ingress rule for Kubernetes dashboard component. So in my Minikube cluster, I have Kubernetes dashboard, which is right now
Get ns kubectl get ns. Okay, ingress nginx. Okay, and then dashboard
not
is
accessible
there
externally. So what I'm going to do is, since I already have internal service for Kubernetes dashboard and a pod for that, I'm going to configure an ingress rule for the dashboard so I can access it from a browser using some domain name. So I'm gonna So this shows me all the components that I have in Kubernetes dashboard. And since I already have internal service for Kubernetes dashboard and the pod that's running, I can now create an ingress rule in order to access the Kubernetes dashboard using some host name. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to create an ingress for Kubernetes dashboard.
But which one are you using though? There are 2 ingress for nginx, but which one are you using? Fuck it.
Dashboard. So these are just metadata. The name is going to be
Getting started. There are multiple ways to install the Ingress Nginx controller with Helm using the project repository chart with kubectl apply using YAML manifest with specific add-ons for Minikube or macro-k8s. So we are just gonna do environment DigitalOcean. Ooh, kubectl apply raw GitHub user content. Okay. Since I've already installed this, I should have it. Yeah, cool. Welcome back, Wiper. I'm trying to see a sample for the API version that it is using, right? I tried to make some changes in the voice recognition, so I ended up breaking the code. You should use like Git, and then like every time you make something work or you make changes, you can roll back. And now you have a way to make it work. All right, looks like you are making the thing, bro. Making progress. Amazing. Can I ask you a favor? Go ahead, if it is within my power. Examples, prerequisites, client this is fucking huge. Introduction. Prerequisites. Do you have a microphone? Yeah, the one I'm using right here. Okay, so ingress YAML. Let's go create ingress YAML. Let's do file nginx ingress dot YAML. Okay, and nginx metadata configuration snippet. Okay, let's go look at what this lady is doing. Kind ingress, name dashboard ingress. I'm just gonna call this thing Filelib ingress. Filelib ingress. And annotations. I won't be using that. Actually, I'm just gonna like comment it out for now. Okay, we're gonna make this api.filelib.com. Okay. So the service. Okay, let's see what she's doing.
Dashboard ingress, and the namespace is going to be in the same namespace as the service and pod. So in the specification, we are going to define the rules. So the first rule is the host name. I'm going to define dashboard.com. And the HTTP forwarding to internal service path. Let's leave it at all path. And this is the backend of the service. So service name will be what we, and this is the backend of the service. So service name will be what we saw here. So this is the service.
kubectl get services. So we have the API service here. Copy. Okay, so she's doing, okay. Pat's backend. So Pat's, okay, with like all the paths, we want the same thing. Okay. Okay. Service name. Shit, what mistake did I make? Oh, Pat's backend is a list. My bad.
So service name will be what we saw here.
Dude, you asked me a question, do you have a microphone? And I said, yeah, the one I'm using for the stream. This is my microphone. Did I didn't miss another message. What am I gonna do with microphone?
So this is the service name. And service port is where the service listens. So this is actually 80 right here. And this will be it. That's the ingress configuration for
I'm gonna send you two files, one which helps you get the name of the mic you wanna use for the speech recognition system, and the second file is the main voice recognition system. If you can please add your mic name which you are using just to see if it picks up your voice, please be it. Too often my parents are asleep, so I cannot test my threshold. How are you gonna send the files? Is it gonna be Discord?
forwarding every request that is
Pat's backend. Discord. Okay. Okay, let's see. If this freezes my stream, I'm gonna get really pissed. Downloading update, installing update, 14 of 15. What the fuck? Okay, send it on Discord. I'm just gonna download it and then just cancel it right away.
directed to dashboard.com.
What the fuck is this complaining about? Bro. I don't see it over there, so all you need to install to make this work is speech recognition and PyTSX. You can keep the file. Is my way of saying thank you for your help. Dude, I don't wanna hold your file. It's all good. Did you send the file? I'm waiting for you. No. I won't keep it, bro. It's your thing. I'm just gonna test it and then that should be it. I don't care for it, dude. It's not my thing. It's fun. I'm just gonna help you test. That's it. But let's go. Roles host, and then HTTP, and then this, and then this. If I need it, I'll just ask you later. Mic.py. Okay. I'm gonna show in folder. Okay, let's cut this. Let's go home. Let's go repos. Where's my playground? Okay, new folder. I'm gonna call this wiper. And then paste. Okay. What is the other one? This helps get the name of the microphone. Okay. Cut, take it to the wiper and then paste. Okay, so we have these two things. Okay, so hold on. Okay, we're gonna go cd repos playground wiper. So these are your files. I just downloaded. I'm gonna do code. Okay, I'm gonna open it off screen and I'm gonna show your code to people. Okay, so it needs speech recognition and PyTSX3. Okay, devices. Okay, you want me to show it? Okay, so this is a.py. I don't know what that is. So which one am I supposed to run? Is it this one? A.py? Is that the one I'm running? Okay. So I'm gonna do vf new Python 12 and then new. I'm gonna call it Viper, VP for Viper, and pip install. What are we installing? Speech recognition. I don't know if this is gonna find it. And then the other one here is this. How do you install this thing? How do you install this thing? I don't. What is the source? I'm on Ubuntu. But the speech recognition is not a package. So this is installed. This is good. I just don't know how to install the speech recognition. This package is not showing up. I think it's this one. Okay. So I'm running Python a.py. Could not find Pi audio. Check installation. Looks like it has another thing that it is missing that it needs. Yeah, it has some dependencies. Better not be a virus there, god damn it. Bro. What the fuck? No, I'm talking about that Pi audio thingy that it's asking me to install. Okay, let's see what the heck is going on here. Let's go. Let's try again. Oh shit. Okay. Microphone raised is not in list. Okay, so when I run it, I think it's trying to see your mic name. Yeah, it sees it. It sees my camera's microphone, and then where is my fucking microphone here? What the fuck? None of it is my mic. So if I'm looking at the sound, analog input PCM2902 audio codec. This is the mic that I'm using. And also the mic on the headset. I don't see anything about a PCM. Oh shit. Unknown. It's supposed to be a USB microphone, so why can't it find? Yeah, available audio input devices. I think it's one of these. I just don't know which one. Because my microphone shows up both analog and digital. It's either or. It's one of these here. Honestly. But we can try the Logitech here. I think it would be perfectly fine. It wants the full name, right? So, like, I keep going back to my thing here. Oh shit, I was gonna do Python. It says listening. Holy shit. It's listening. Yeah, I can see like it's clicking shit on my computer here. Yo, what's going on? Play kids music. What? No, I didn't. Cooking shit on my computer. Look. It's okay. Hello. This cannot understand audio. Hello from the other side. My name is Adele. Can you hear me? My name is it's fine. My name is Adele. But let's try the first one. So the one that's like right in my mouth here. I think this one right here. I think it needs the whole thing. Let's do copy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? My name is Justin. Yeah, I don't think that's the one. Alright, let's try this again. Let's try the digital one. I'm guessing this should do. It seems like it finds it, but it doesn't really... It can't utilize it. Yeah, my mic has like 2 names. These are all NVIDIA stuff, so it's fine. Logitech, sys default. Hold on. Let me make this the default for the system, which it is. Right, you can see that like it's moving. And let's just try the system default. I don't know if it's gonna work, but if it does, I think that should be pretty good. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Could not understand audio. Why can't you understand? I'm speaking very clearly. No, it already overwrites these. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. Sorry. It doesn't matter. Like it overrides it when you redeclare it. There are like, it's weird that there are so many. Yeah, it overrides it. Yeah, it doesn't like this one for whatever reason. The only one that actually worked so far remotely was this one, but that the camera is over there, so like it's not right by my mouth. Try number 3. I did. I tried number 3 as well. Oh, actually, yeah, let's try it too. I thought I did, but fuck it. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? What is going on? Hello? It's not picking up anything. Yeah, I didn't like that one at all. Bruh. Yeah, it says invalid field card, invalid card. No, it works. It might be my microphone. My microphone is kind of, it's not like in the Linux system, it doesn't show up really well. As you can tell by the name, it doesn't show up properly. You see, like it says like analog input or whatever. Like it's kind of weird. The thing that I'm not really understanding is how come it doesn't see the thing from this. I think it's because it's not, this is Apple had said it barely works on the fucking Linux. It's working for me, but I'm just not able to test the threshold. Yeah. Hold on, maybe like instead of sys default, it needs to be default. Maybe. Hold on. Let's see if this one works better. Oh, yeah. Look at this. It read everything I said. Oh, look at that. Yeah. This is actually working. Yeah, this is the one that works. All the other ones did not work as well. But it has a lot of bugs. I can hear it, my computer like clicking because like all these errors are doing some shit. But look, this is the one that works well. That one, like, it's pretty clearly reading everything well, I think. This one is the one that works or whatever. Is pretty clearly reading everything. Yeah, it's reading it really well. That's the one. It couldn't get the name properly, but when we chose the default instead of sys default, it worked really well. Yeah. Bro, there you go, man. There you go. All right, I'm gonna turn it up because like it's making the computer go kind of crazy. All right. Is that all? Are we gonna do anything else, or is that it? Yeah, you're welcome. Is that all? Can I what? Because I'm gonna delete the files if there's nothing else to do. Oh. I am gonna go home tomorrow. I'm gonna throw my shoe over the thing. I will throw my shoe on your head. Oh my god, what's happening here? Can you hear me? This is ASMR. I'm speaking you from the third dimension. What the fuck? Oh my god. I like didn't pick up that part. It's like, fuck that, I'm not listening to this shit. Can you bring me some pistachios, please? I just want some pistachios. It's hiddenness. What the fuck? I like to stand some balloons and pop them. This is a threshold. Yeah, like when the volume is like uneven or very low, it's kind of like hit and miss. But I think if it can catch a clear glimpse, it's reading it pretty decent. Yeah. If I'm just talking normally, then it will be able to pick up everything I'm saying without any interruptions. Straight out of Compton, motherfucker. Have you ever been to Compton? They have such nice tacos over there. Right around Walmart parking lot. Yeah, when I speak normally, it picks it up like pretty decent. Oh, we're gonna follow. I think. Blue Craziness, welcome. Thank you. If you don't mind, can I please see? What do you want to see? Blue Craziness, thanks for the follow and welcome, yo. Shit, door is open again. My ass is freezing. I just don't understand what are all these. What is your mic audio input volume? So, for example, let me show you. Oh yeah. The input audio volume is it's full. This is it. It's full right here. Hi, I'm trying to changing the shitty of WordPress, but I need a library or framework to create a simple landing page. What do you recommend me? I never used I used WordPress like about 5,000 years ago, so I don't really remember how any of it works. If I'm creating any landing page, and if you don't want to run a server, you can just do it in React. It should be like very straightforward and very, very fast, and it doesn't require you to run a server. You can just like serve it as a static page if there's no interaction needed. Yeah, my mic is like all the way like full volume, but you can also like I'm also configuring my mic in my mixer too. So like my mic has several control options. Like right now, for example, actually it's all the way high, like highest. What am I doing? I keep going to the phone. Yeah. That's the same thing here. Look. You see the second line right here? This is the microphone. This is my headset or the output audio that comes to my ears, the speakers. This is the mic. It was at full volume when we were using it. But React is friendly with the SEO because it's a marketing page, browser index stuff. I think you can like generate yeah, you should be able to generate it like statically. Yeah, like you can do like static rendering on it, so it would be like pre-rendered for you to serve. Or you can do Next.js, which also like gives you the option to customize it. Like you can render it on the server side, and then it gets presented to the client side, and then whatever the words that needs to be picked up by the SEO, it gets picked up by SEO, CEO. But for the Next.js, you would have to run a node server. Or if you want to like really go static, you can create a Django template, a Django framework, and then you can create a Django template, and like everything would be picked up. Yeah, sure thing, man. Viper, is that it? Do you still need anything else? I'm gonna delete these files if we are done. I'm a JS lover, then Django is not for me. Then you should be able to do it in Next.js. Like Next.js, like should be pretty straightforward. Like I am using Next.js and it works like pretty decent for me. Viper, are you still here? I'm gonna delete these files if you're done. You're not saying anything. Oh my goodness. Okay, we can close this. What was I doing? I was following the documentation on this.
To internal Kubernetes dashboard service. And we know it's internal because...
Okay. I'm gonna remove it before I forget. A.py and then mic.py. Okay, it's all gone. It's gone. Also, let's kill this fucker. Quit. Okay.
Its type is cluster IP, so no external IP address.
Hold on, where? Okay, let's close this. I was looking at this one. Backend service, name and port. Path type. So it wants this. It's right under the path. You don't know what happened to your internet? It's all right, dude. Yeah, I deleted your files, but like I said, the volume was at full the entire time. Can't get back on internet from the PC. Oh no. Yeah, let's see what she's doing here.
So obviously, I just made up host name dashboard.com. It's not registered anywhere, and
Service name, service port, v1 beta 1. Oh, this is different than what she's doing. Back on the PC. Okay. Ingress. Why are they two of them though? Ingress, service, B. Oh, there are like two of them here. The shark fin was down, so I put it back up to get better connection of internet on my PC. Shark fin? What? What? What is a shark fin? Okay, kubectl get svc. So we need to do the API service. Ah. Okay. Okay. So why is this environment does not have editable resources? Unknown resource. Oh, you sent me something. Enter the motherfucker. This phone, bro. I swear to God. That's called a shark fin? I thought that was an antenna. Yeah, mine is like high because I'm using a mixer and it's powered through the mixer. This is an XLR mic. So it's powered through the mixer and I can like make it go crazy on the mixer. That is a thing. So this should actually work. Service port. Okay, I think she's gonna make a thing here. Service port. But we need a target port.
Configure anywhere which IP address this host name should resolve to. And this is something that you will always have to configure. So first of all, let's actually create that ingress rule. So kubectl apply. And it's called
didn't work due to the energy threshold. Gotcha.
YAML. See, ingress was created. So if I do get ingress in the namespace.
So I think it should still work because I think it automatically assigns it to that service for us. All right, let's try this. So I'm gonna do not Docker. By the way, your files are gone. I deleted them. This was the directory. It's gone. Let's go over here. I'm gonna do kubectl apply ingress nginx ingress.yaml. Resource mapping not found for name from non-mature kind ingress inversion. Ensure CRDs are installed first. So the one you use is energy threshold of 4000, which is the same I'm using. So if it is working for you, then it should work for me. Oh, didn't know about those levels. How fast was the processing? It was a little clunky, but it could be my operating system too. One sec, I gotta close the door. It's really cold. Everything is freezing. One sec. It was clunky a little bit. Like I could see my computer is like trying to do like a lot of processing. How was the processing the conversation from speech to text, and how was the accuracy? Accuracy was like about 90%, I would say, if I'm speaking normally. But the efficiency, it might be because of my OS. So not sure about that. The efficiency was like it was a little laggy and clunky. It felt. Resource mapping not found for name. Okay, let's see what the fuck does this mean. Okay, let's do this. I think this makes sense. So we probably are missing something here. So it is because of the version. There you go. The error gone away. I think it's still gonna unknown field service port. I added no duration, therefore, as soon as you stop talking, you were able to see the response. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you should just keep playing around with it, and I'm pretty sure like you can find it out. Oh no, this is you can sorry you can you can make it more performant. Path type must be specified. Oh shit, it worked. Bro. Reason why I ask you to speak quieter is because of the microphone quality difference. I wanted to see if your mic was better, for example. Would it still use or work? That's what I wanted to find out. I want to know how much of a difference that makes. Yeah, I think the operating system difference is also like getting into play over there because I'm using Ubuntu. It took a while to even like find the correct mic. It couldn't even find the correct mic. It just used the system default, which I assigned as this one, and then it was able to find the mic. And I could hear that my computer like struggling, trying to like getting that Python script, utilizing my computer. Like I could hear like a physical switch going like ticking. Bruh, this is fucking available. Hold on. So without, it should work without this. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Sudo vim etc hosts. I really hope I did not cause a short. No, it's all good. It's all good. There is no issues whatsoever. So why is it telling us? Yeah, there was a ticking noise as if like it's enabling, disabling something when it was trying to use the hardware, I think. Maybe it needs this. Okay, let's fucking provide that? I don't know. Okay. Thank you for the help. Of course, dude. Yeah. I'm happy to have help. Why are we getting 503? This is a good thing that we are getting this, like, which is different. I just don't really know why it is doing that. Service temporarily unavailable. All right, let's see what this lady is doing.
I should see my ingress here. And as you see, address is now empty because it takes a little bit of time to assign the
Get in kubectl get ingress. Yeah, I think I should
address to ingress. So we'll have to wait for that. The IP address
I know.
will map to this host. So I'm just gonna.
All right, man. Good night.
This.
Good night.
I see that address was assigned. So what I'm gonna do now is that I'm gonna take that address, and in my.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna do. Is it named test? Is that no API service? The target service. I think the API service that I have here. Yeah, this should not be a node port. Yeah, we need. Host path, okay. And it goes to 8,000. Scheduled for sync. Huh? Huh. I'm not sure what the heck is going on here. Okay. Nginx, ingress, target port. How do I... What? What's going on over here? Oh my god. I like it when you lick my toes. What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh my god, it's so clear though. Like, how is it so clear? I was like speaking very, very low. That's kind of clear. That's one of weird. Straight out of Compton, motherfucker. Oh yeah, look. I was trying to tell, like, look all these errors here. The log here, like invalid card and then invalid field card. Like, it's throwing so many errors. I don't know, like, if it had anything to do with it being laggy or not. But I don't think like it should really like put out all these errors while it's trying to read. But it reads it though, like straight out of Compton, motherfucker. Like it's seeing it. Get endpoints. Okay, get endpoints. Okay. Like when I speak normally, it's really grabbing it well. They're good. They're nice. I like it. I like it when you lick my toes. They were point, right? Yeah. Perfect. You're making like pretty good clips. I usually struggle with those. So I think this here needs to be a cluster IP rather than, yeah, node port. I think that's the problem there. Oh, dude. Good night, man. So let's see if I can. All right. So when we're creating this service here, I'm just going to come over here and then I'm going to come over here and then, okay, I'm going to copy, sorry, I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, API service. Okay, let's do the name again. Okay, app is going to be API protocol TCP. We're going to do port is going to be 80. 8080, and then the target is going to be 8000. Okay, so if I do kubectl apply API YAML again, service API configured. Okay, so now there are changes. Okay, and if I do kubectl get services, okay, now I see that it's an external and I see like 8080 here. So, which is cool. All right. So if I am here, I think this time it should, I think it's like this is half-assed.
At the end, I'm gonna define that mapping. So that IP address in the configuration we need. So now I'm gonna go and enter dashboard.com, and I will see my Kubernetes dashboard here. So Ingress also has something called a default backend. So if I do kubectl describe ingress, the name of the ingress and the namespace, I'll get this output. And here there's an attribute called default backend that maps to default HTTP backend port 80. So what this means is that whenever a request comes into the Kubernetes cluster that is not mapped to any backend, so there is no rule for mapping that request to a service, then this default backend, it won't have this service to forward it to the service, it won't find it, and you would get some default error response. So for example, if I entered some path that I haven't configured, I just get page not found. So a good usage for that is to define custom error messages when a page isn't found, when a request comes in mid-page, and also create a pod or application that sends that custom error message response. So till now I have shown you what.
So I do have a service called API service selector app protocol TCP port 8080, and the target port is 8000, which was the same. So this should perfectly, like this should work perfectly fine. Okay, it's unchanged, and then if I do like ingress, it's unchanged, and then coming here, it just tells me service temporarily unavailable. Okay, we gotta do Nginx ingress. Let's go find another video here. I'm guessing. Yeah, this guy's 38 minutes 8 months ago. I don't know if I really want to like in control in 100 seconds. Fuck. Let's see if this lady's gonna teach us.
इन पर एक एक चीज को प्रैक्टिकल करके देखने वाले हैं, तो वीडियो को पूरा देखना है आपको। आज की वीडियो
It's entirely Indian and I don't understand it. Sorry. That DevOps guy, this is the same dude. Did this show like any code?
Hello and welcome to this lecture. My name is Mamshad Manamba, accessible to the outside in Kubernetes. Now remember, a proxy or cluster following the controller is the Nginx program is stored at location /Nginx ingress controller. So you must pass that as the command to, and the image used is Nginx ingress controller with the right version. This is a special build of Nginx built specifically to be used as an ingress controller in Kubernetes.
Upgrade, so you can plan a 0.5 steps that Helm repo add. We're going to add that Helm repo. You can see here I'm saying kubernetes.github.io, and I put the link of the repository. Go ahead and copy paste this to my terminal, and now the repo is added. I can go ahead and search it. So I can say Helm search repo and show me the versions. Copy paste this, and you can see all these versions are now available. You can see the chart versions, but don't get that mixed up. We're interested in the app version. And we saw on the compatibility page that we're looking for that version of the YAML. And app had a manifests directory inside my Kubernetes ingress controller, that directory, and that directory has been created on the left here. So instead of saying Helm install, I say Helm template. I pass in the Helm repo I want to install. I give it the repo. You can see here the kubernetes.github.doers. I'm going to also do, and under Kubernetes app, go ahead and copy paste that to the terminal. Very useful because when new upgrades come, I can simply follow this process and get the new YAML and compare it with the old one and see. And to deploy kubectl create namespace, deploy that YAML inside of that namespace. And I do that by saying kubectl apply -f, and I apply that YAML file that I've just created. Go ahead and
kubectl create namespace ingress nginx. kubectl get svc kubectl get svc. Okay. I don't think you can really do like a target port. Okay, so like listening to port 80, maybe there's a difference there, just to make sure that I'm not missing something here, and then we're actually sending it to 80. Service is configured. Do I have to like restart the whole thing? Oh shit, this worked. So you have to be really precise. Oh, I thought like it was the same thing. Okay, that was my bad. So this works. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom, talk to my lady, and I'll be back. So give me a moment here. I'm gonna take a few minutes break, and then I'll check back in with you guys again. Oh shit, I've been back and nobody's saying anything. I'm muted the entire time. God damn it. Okay, it's fine. Hold on. So the question is, whether do I use DigitalOcean load balancers or not? Yeah. So they changed like the prices for the droplets? What is functions? Hold on. Is this like lambdas on AWS? Look at this kitty. It's a good kitty. So $12 for 3 nodes and $12 for 3 nodes, and then what, another $15 for load balancing. $12 for the load balancing. And then $15 for the database. $15 gig. God damn it. Okay, what is this? $16 gig? Damn! Like with 1 gig here, like shit. Bro. Kafka. Damn. Okay. So total downloads one, view all versions. We only have just one. Cool. I wish like it actually give me the size. Like, how do I see the size or the total amount I've used here? Well. Okay. So since we got that working, now I need to package my Next.js. That's gonna be kind of weird and challenging, but I know we can do it. Hold on, my cat wants something. I'm just gonna check on the boy, and then I'll be back, and then we're gonna continue. Oh. He's such a good cat. That's a good cat. Okay. So it's 8:30. Let's make it like run everything by 9:30. And then tomorrow we deploy. Hopefully I can automate the deployment through the workflows. Then it should be good to go. All right, so let's get some tunes. Bruh, what the fuck with these emails? Oh, god damn these fucking websites, bro. Fuck. Bro. I didn't know. Bunch of fucking cunts, bro. This is the weirdest shit I've seen today. Oh my fucking god. Jesus fuck. Okay, then, yep. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Now, let's set up Nginx. Sorry, not Nginx. My bad. We're gonna do Next.js.docker file. I'm gonna rename this thing to Django. Okay. So this is gonna be Django. Okay. And then I have another one here for Next.js. Okay. This, okay, nope. And then this is gonna be refactored. Okay. So Node 20 exposed. Okay, let's make it like 333 and then npm run start. That's how we run it, right? cd front end npm run start. Okay, we're gonna keep playing around with it, and then let's see. Docker build. We're gonna do Filelib NextJS. Okay, we're gonna do this. This is gonna be Next.js. Q8. K8. Oh shit. Okay. So front end. Oh shit. Run npm install. Build it. This is gonna take fucking forever, isn't it? What is the best way to deploy a fucking... Do we have a package JSON build? Yeah, next build. Okay. Okay, hold on. Next build skip lint. ESLint next.config.js. Next. Checking validity of types? No, said fucking skip it, motherfucker. Skip type check. Checking the validity of types. We said fucking skip, bro. Jesus. I was in the wrong fucking place, apparently. Like a dumbass. Oh, cool. Nice. Mother bitch. It works. Okay. So it's what, at 3,000? So I should be able to actually like get there. Oh shit, we are exposing it on a different port. Yeah, 3333. Okay, we're gonna say next run on port P. Okay. It's weird that you can't fucking stop this shit. RGM Productions. Skipping validation type, skipping linting, creating an optimized production build. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, this time it's on 3333. Okay. What in the actual fuckity fuck? We are exposing the correct port, right? Expose 3333, yes. And we are specifically running the fucker on 3333, okay. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? You know what? It doesn't matter. Fuck it. It builds, it works. Time to fucking push this motherfucker. Okay, so. Fuck. All right, let it build, and after it gets built, we are gonna send it to our thing. NPM builds are fucking hell, bro. We have 2 packages. How come we don't see the other one? Okay, whatever. So Next.js is here and Django is there. They're both there. Okay, Filelib connected to the Filelib. Thank you. Interestingly, it only shows one. Oh, no, it shows both of them. Okay, just takes a second apparently. So now we're gonna have to update this. This is gonna be the Django now. So I'm gonna go to the API and the image is going to be this guy right here. Thank you. And then we're gonna go to the next one. This one is going to be the Next.js. Fuck. Brothers. Okay, so this is gonna be Next.js. Okay. Nope. I'm gonna say here Next.js deployment. Next.js, 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 Next.js. Okay. Next.js, Next.js. Okay. We don't really need these. We are not dealing with any of these. Okay, I'm gonna leave everything. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna do this and then comment this out so I can just copy paste next. And then this here is gonna be replaced with this. Coolios. I'm glad you agree. Now I'm gonna have to go to my ingress. This is gonna be Next.js service, port number 8080, that's fine. Oh shit, no. So the host, we are gonna take this. Okay, if it is just Filelib, right? This is just gonna be Next.js service. I think this is it. And then in my make file, where I do the API, I'm also gonna do Next.js YAML. I think that's it. API deployment terminating, API deployment running, Postgres running, Next.js container creating. Okay. Okay. Okay, everything is running. So if I'm going here, this should still work, which it does. And if I do sudo vim this, right? And oh shit, hold on. How do I get the fucking endpoints? Shit. kubectl get ingress. Okay, so both of them are the same thing. Okay, so this should be cool. Okay, filelib.com. Okay, so if I duplicate this tab and then take it to filelib.com. Yo, can you believe this shit? Can you believe it? Sign in. Okay, I'm kind of curious if it's gonna give me like a 500 or something else. I'm just curious. I know like this data doesn't exist. Network error. Yeah, because the database doesn't exist. So I think kubectl get pods. Okay, so we have one API over here. Okay. kubectl exact yada yada yada. I'm gonna have to type this entire thing every single time. And I'm gonna do here manage.py show migrations, of course, migrations. Okay, manage.py, migrate, send it. Okay. Okay, all the migrations are ran. So if I do this again, why is it still telling me network error? What? Hold on. It's all getting like 500. Kind of crazy. Everything is 500. Internal server error, bro. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like it's just giving a 500 error. Well, since we don't have the debugging on, I can't really see it. But it's okay. Like we're gonna identify it. So now the main thing that I need to do here. Oh, I wonder if it is like lack of like other environment variables that it's trying to get, but it cannot get. Okay, hold on. So we're gonna go to settings, development. I don't really have anything here, but whatever. It's okay. We're gonna kind of make this true just so I can kind of see it next time, but it's fine. Just for like testing purposes, I'm gonna like redeploy after everything checks out. So this is fine. This is so sick that this is like genuinely working, and I like that. Request failed with fuck, everything is 500, bro. I don't know what the fuck, but everything is 500. it's not good. Yeah, all the other URLs are working fine. It's just the URLs for like everything is 500 right now. So let's do keep CTL logs. Okay. Iron session, bad usage. Password must be at least 32 characters long. Oh, shit. So, okay. We need to provide a 32 character long thing to Nginx. Sorry, to our Next.js. But this is sick, brothers. Okay, for the Next.js here, I think I'm like using this. Complex password, at least 32 characters long. Yes. Holy shit. It's crazy that like the first take, it actually worked. I'm happy about that. Okay. Online password generator. All right, let's do. Turn the two. Okay. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I gotta create like environment variables for those. Okay, I'm gonna say here Next.js. So we're gonna say what is it that we are naming this fucker? Okay, iron session, next iron session cookie password. Okay, session cookie password. Just, I'm gonna change this. I'm just doing it like for now. Holy shit. Okay, what else? Filelib session. Echo. Yeah, I'm gonna rotate like every single thing afterwards, you know. Base 64. Iron session cookie name. Cookie name. Okay. Public Filelib API base URL. public request protocol. Request protocol. Let's just call it request protocol. Public request protocol. This is gonna be HTTP for now, but it's gonna be HTTPS just for the sake of getting things running. We are gonna be doing that. Okay. Okay. So now time to fucking add these, right? To as the environment variable. So NextJS YAML here. Okay. There you go. So this is gonna be one. Good thing I left these out because like it would be fucking hard to like get this thing going. Okay, NextJS YAML. So name. Okay, the first one. Okay. API base URL. Public API base URL. Shit. Should I separate this NextJS secrets? Okay, Next.js. Okay, that's the one. Okay, the next one is request protocol. Okay, we are just gonna do this. Okay. Request protocol, and then request protocol. Thank you. Iron session cookie name. Session cookie name. Okay, we're gonna take this over here. The next one is cookie password, and then cookie password. This should take care of the problems with the thing. So when we do secrets here, we also need to do Next.js secrets. I think that's pretty much it. So I'm just gonna say like make KS. It's gonna apply, create it. There you go. So this should be good. What the fuck is wrong with test? Like, what's the problem with test? We don't have any issues here with this thing, so what the fuck is your deal? Oh, we have 2 of those. Ah, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. They're identical. What the fuck? Ten 3:59 p.m. Ah, fuck it. If one of them doesn't work, then doesn't work. Okay, so kubectl get all. Everything seems to be running, so we are good. What the fuck are we doing here? Oh, there we go. Okay. Unable to complete your request at this time. So we are. Oh, okay. Look, look, look. Instead of getting internal server error, we are actually getting real fucking error messages this time, which is what I wanted. So. Network error. That one is not good. Cert authority invalid. Why is it doing HTTPS? What the fuck? Bro, we are not doing HTTPS. Why is it doing HTTPS? Hmm. Hmm. Why the fuck is it forcing HTTPS? Doesn't make any sense. Why is it doing HTTPS? This is weird, yos. Yeah, it's not. And this is not secure either. So why would it be doing that? User gets 404 HTTP. Login, it does HTTPS. What the fuck is going on here? Shit, I can't see this shit here. Did I? API.filelib.com. Filelib session. This is our thing. Username. What? So it does take everything. It's just that this fucker here. It gives me 500 HTTP. Okay. So this one is correct. This one is correct. The sign in one is not correct for some reason, which is odd. Yeah, I gotta debug this. But all these things here are working nice and clean, which I appreciate. So I think I can put this website up tomorrow. Brothers, we are there. And then starting Monday, I can actually start preparing my pitch deck and start sending it. I am feeling quite tired, by the way, so. Okay. I think I'm tired, but I feel accomplished enough to feel comfortable. So tomorrow I'm gonna do my debuggings and then go from there. Okay, so cool deals. All right, y'all. Thanks for watching, chatting, and doing all that. So hope to see you guys tomorrow again. Good night. Much love.